Just look up your hands as we look towards the sun. Raise your hands towards the sun. Put your life out before the sun. And let's put our minds together that each day will be a new day. And we will create a beautiful world for our children and for each other to live in peace, to walk in prayer, to walk in gratitude. As we now face towards the south, put your hands towards the south now that way. And put your life out there to remember the compassion and the goodness and the kindness of the warmth that the winds bring, and to teach us to be compassionate with each other, to always speak with good words, kind words, and to be able to talk to one another whenever someone needs to be listened to, and to listen to people, and to be able to grow as a community with understanding and compassion. And as we look towards the west, as the sun goes down, we say thank you that we can come together as a people today and put aside all what they call the colors of the people, the red, black, white, yellow, to put aside that racism and to remember we're just colorblind people. We walk as human beings, and we have to come to a different understanding, to come to understanding that there's only one color of people, shades of brown of a human being, to walk on Mother Earth in that way. And as we look towards the north now, we put our minds together and put our thoughts together that we can be able to remember the place when it's cold, and the winds that bring us the understanding of the elders, of the wisdom keepers, to be able to, in that coldness, embrace our families around the sacred fire, to come together with the teachings that the fire will teach us, to stay together as a community, for together we are stronger and we're kinder as a people. And as we look up to the Holy Spirit, to the great mystery, we say thank you for the beautiful blue that we see, and the night sky, and the stars, and the moon, and all creation, and the trees that stand up, also looking up and watching over and giving us that beautiful air that we breathe. As we look up to you, Great Spirit, we say thank you for the blessings that you bring us today, and guide us that we can continue to walk as human beings. And as we reach down and touch our Mother Earth, feel her and hear. Use her as your ear, that you can hear the cries of people in other places around the world that are not as fortunate as we are. Those who have maybe are experiencing floods or fires or earthquakes and are losing their families, that we can use Mother Earth to send them a little prayer, send them a little, that we remember them, we care for them, and that best things will be best for their families and things will be good. And thank you, Earth Mother, for holding us today here, that we learn to take care of you better, let go of all the pollutants, and let go of the grid, and let go of that fossil fuel, and let go of all those things that are not recycled, things that hurt you. Let us teach us to be walk as human beings on this earth. So say thank you to each other. We stand up together, reach over and look over at your neighbor and give him a hug, give him a greeting, say good morning. Good to have you here this morning. Good to see you this morning here like that. It's really nice this morning with you like that. Let's greet over. Okay. You could do traditional. Yeah, do traditional first. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We'd like to continue now with our first dance, and we're going to move down below, down here. So we're going to move our mics and our drums down below. Okay, thank you. Our first dance we'd like to do It reminds us that here on the earth, long ago, we didn't really have dances and we didn't really have ceremonies. Everything was a way of life for us. All the dances we did were just dances that we did. What people call ceremonies today, we just did every morning. You get up in the morning and you greet the morning. You could either come into maybe a sweat lodge, or maybe you can come into different dances, but they were not dances or ceremonies. It's just the way people lived every day. So this dance that we now call the women's traditional dance is a dance to all the women to say thank you to them for giving us life, for taking care of the children. We go to many schools and do programs, and many of the teachers, I'd say over 95% are women, and how they take care of the gardens and they take care of the house. And even the old man, if he starts drinking too much, they strain him out. They say, you better cut that drinking out. So there's a lot of that we have pay a lot of respect to the women. Many of our teachings come down from women. As Apache people here on this land here, these mountains are very sacred to us because they give us nourishment, just like a woman gives nourishment to people. And to remember that on this land here, today there's so much abuse and mistreatment of women, disrespect, many of them being used as a symbol, sex symbol to sell products or something. And it's these young girls, they have to be, have a good example before them. So, we here in your community, we leave it to you, each community, to try to give a good example to your people here growing up. So this is called the women's traditional dance. It's my wife Jennifer and my niece Tammy, Shahina. Can you give them a welcome here? Okay, this dance is real slow. Goes to the heartbeat. It goes to the heartbeat of the drum. The first drum we hear is the heartbeat of our mother, will go inside her belly. At a certain point, the woman will lift up their eagle feathers, and that as they raise up the eagle feathers, you will see they'll make a circle, and the feather is in the center. That means that the women are always at the center of the nation. It's called the women's traditional dance. Way ha ya hey ya hey ha ya hey ya hey ha ya way ha ya hey ya hey ha ya hey ha ya ho we lo hey ya hey yo way ha ya hey ya hey ha ya hey ya hey ha ya way ha ya hey ya hey ha ya hey ya hey ha ya way ha ya hey ya hey ha ya hey ha ya ho we lo hey way hey ha ya ho we ha ya ho we lo way ha ya ho we ha ya ho we lo way ha hey ya way ha ya hey ya hey ha ya hey ya hey ha ya way ha ya hey ya hey ha ya hey ya hey ha ya way ha ya hey ya hey ha ya hey ha ya ho we hey ya hey ya way ha ya hey ya hey ha ya hey ya hey ha ya way ah ya hey ya hey ha ya hey ya hey ha ya way ha ya hey ya hey ha ya hey ha ya ho well hey ya hey yo. Thank you. Okay, all the women, come on up. Women, come here, line up behind them. Is a women's dance, traditional dance. Come on up. Don't be shy. Get right behind our dancers here. It's real simple. You saw how they were dancing. It's about carrying the heartbeat for the community, carrying the heartbeat for yourselves, for your family, as leaders and as leaders of your family. So there's a behind them. Put your hands on your hips. Hands, the ladies up here. Okay. Stay here with us. Joey, stay with us. Okay. Hands on hips. And I remember when they turn around, pick your hands right up and make the circle. Let's give all these ladies a good hand for coming up here. Give them a thank you for coming up. Way, hey, 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 hi, ya, oh, way, hi, ya, oh, way, lo. Way, hey, 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 hi, ya, oh, way, hi, ya, oh, way, lo. Way, ya, hey, yo. Way, hi, ya, hey, ya, hey, hi, ya. Hey, ya, hey, hi, ya. Way, hi, ya, hey, ya, hey, hi, ya. Hey, ya, hey, hi, ya. Way hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya, hey hi ya, ho lo. Way ya, hey yo. Way hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya. Hands up. Hey hi ya. Way hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya. Hey ya, hey hi ya. Way hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya. Way hi ya, ho lo. Hey, away, hey, 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 hi, ya, oh, hey, hi, ya, oh, well, oh, way, hey, hey, hi, ya, oh, way, hi, ya, oh, well, oh, way, ya, hey, oh, way, hi, ya, hey, ya, hey, hi, ya, hey, ya, hey, hi, ya, way, hi, ya, hey, ya, hey, hi, ya, hey, ya, hey, hi, ya. Way hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya, way hi ya, ho lo, way ya, hey yo, way hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya, way ya, hey hi ya, way hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya, way hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya, way hi ya, ho lo. Hey! Thank you. Give him a good hand there. Thank you. Give yourselves a good hand, each and every one of you. It's good to participate. Good to be part of the community. Okay, our next dance we'd like to do is called Man's Traditional Dance. This dance is a dance where we teach our young people how to be good hunters. You know, for a long time, it was our relationship with the animals and all of life around us that kept us alive here on this land. Before we had stores and supermarkets, people had a relationship with all of life. And you know, many people think, why you guys go out and kill animals? We don't kill animals. That's a different understanding. The Europeans thought that. They brought that of death, that you're going to kill something and there's death. We have no death in our traditions, and we don't have the word killing. We do is we release the spirit, just like inside. We all have a body, we have a spirit. One day we're all going to go back to the earth, and your spirit will get released. The same way when you go hunting, you release the spirit. But before you do that, you always have to give thanks and offer a thanksgiving prayer before you even go hunting, to remember that you are also releasing that spirit, and you should do it in a sacred manner. So this dance here is a warrior's dance. Teach you, you'll see he'll be sneaking up, looking for different signs, different tracks of the animal, looking up for the birds, listening, just listening. And then once he sees the animal, he'll go out and starts going after him. It's also a way to defend the people. A warrior would do this dance as a way to a teaching how to come in defense of the people. No one ever likes war. We never liked war at all. But when people come after you, you have to defend your people. So this is called a man's traditional dance. Here's my nephew, Joe Hawkins. Can you give him a welcome here today? Okay, first he will be sneaking up, stalking the animal. Way, yeah, yeah, way, oh, way, yeah, way, oh, way, ah, hey, way, oh, way, yeah, way, oh, way, ah, yeah, hey, ah, hey, oh, way, yeah, way, oh, way, ah, yeah. Way ah ya ho way ro hey ya hey yo way ro way yeah way ro way ah ya hey yo way yeah way ro way ah ya way ah ya ho way ro hey ya way yeah yeah way ro way yeah Wero, wero, way, ah, hey, yo. Wero, way, yeah, wero, way, hey, ah, yeah, hey, ah, hey, yo. Way, yeah, wero, way, ah, yeah. Way, ah, yeah, ho, wero. Hey, ah, hey, yo. Wero, way, yeah, wero, way, ah, yeah, hey, ah, hey, yo. Way, yeah, wero, way, ah, yeah, hey, ah, yeah, wero. Hey, ah, hey, yo. Thank you. Give him a good hand there. Thank you. Kim. Okay, our next dance we'd like to do is a very special dance to us. It's about, we say shush, it's a bear. It's a bear dance. As a pet people, we never hurt the bears. We never go hunt them. We never do anything to hurt them. Where we live across the mountain here in Gardner, Colorado, we live right across the mountain there. We have many bears. They come around and we see them, and even when we have ceremony, they're around. But we've never had any trouble with them. Sometimes they want to get into your food cooler, but who wouldn't? You know, you better put your food away, or they're gonna say, "Oh, thank you for the giveaway." But otherwise than that, we never had any problems with them. So in our traditions, we never hurt the bears, we never shoot them. Okay, but we do take care of them, and this dance is the way that we take care of them. This dance is very old, and you'll see how the life of a bear is just always being thankful, walking around. Some people see bears, oh, they're vicious. They're not. They're very beautiful. They take care of their young. And in fact, when they see us, they run away and they say, oh, because they know that people have guns and people have shot them in the past. And they pass that knowledge on to their young ones. And so when they see people, many times they run. So this is called a bear dance. And you'll see the life of a bear moving around, stretching out, waking up, dancing, saying thank you. Saying when they raise their hands, it's like people raising their hands up to the Great Spirit. Okay, this is my wife, Jen. Can you give her a good welcome for coming here today? Okay, 3 times. 15 to 20. Okay. Yeah, woman. Yahweh, 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 Yah, Yahweh, Yah, hey, Yah, hey, ha, Yah. Yahweh, Yah, Yahweh, Yah, hey, Yah, hey, yo. Yahweh, Yah, yo. Yahweh, Yahweh, Yah, hey, Yah, hey, ha, Yah. Yahweh, Yah, Yahweh, Yah, hey, Yah, hey, ha, Yah. Yahweh, Yah, Yahweh, Yah, hey, Yah, hey, yo. Yahweh, Yahweh, Yah, Yahweh, Yah, Yahweh, Yahweh, Yah. Yahweh, Yahweh, Yah, Yahweh, Yah, Yahweh, Yahweh, Yah. Yahweh, Yahweh, Yah. Yahweh, Yahweh, Yah. Yahweh, Yahweh, Yah. Hey, Yah, hey, ha, Yah. Yahweh, Yah, Yahweh, Yah. Hey, Yah, hey, ha, Yah. Yahweh, Yah, Yahweh, Yah. Hey, Yah, hey, yo. Thank you. Okay, we have one last dance we're going to do for you, share with you. And this is called a very special dance. It was done by Pueblo peoples many years ago. And Apache peoples learned it. They were our neighbors. And many peoples today from different nations do the hoop dance. So this the hoop dance is about the earth, taking care of the earth, and taking care of all the different animals and birds on the earth. And this dance, that's how it began. It began with a little boy going around. He didn't want to be a hunter. The family wanted him to be a hunter. He said, "No, I don't really want to do that. That's not my calling." And so he went around and met someone who had some one hoop made out of willow, and he said, "This is for the earth." He goes, "Wow, maybe I can make different things out of these willows and show people how to take care of the animals. Maybe I can make butterflies, bumblebees, maybe a snake. Maybe I could ride a horse. Maybe I could see a buffalo or eagle and show the earth to the people to take care of it." So that's how this began by a young person going around and learning how to use the willows to make shapes of animals. So it's called a hoop dance. As I do this dance, I'll try to do different symbols for you, different animals. If you see something you recognize, and you can put your hands together and I'll listen.
Well, my uncle's getting ready. Just wanted to come up here and from myself say thank you for allowing us to be here and share this beautiful day with you. You know, we all enjoy being here in the town. You have a beautiful feeling here. So lots of good energy, lots of good feelings here. Very little negative, I feel. That's my opinion. But it's an honor and a pleasure to be here. It's pleasant, very nice, and all the accommodations and everything. So again, just want to say thank you from my heart, and hope you enjoy what you see here and take something home with you. A little bit of the goodness from the drum, something from the dance, and and just enjoying the beautiful day. I hope. Way hi da hey hi ya ho, way hi da ho, way hi ya hey hi ya ho, way hi da ho, hey ya hey yo, way hi ya 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 ho, way hi ya ya way hi ya 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 ho, way hi ya ho, hey ya hey yo. hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 ho, way ha ya ho, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya hey ha ya ho, way ha ya hey ha ya ho, way ha ya hey ya hey yo. Way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya ya yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey. Way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya ya ya, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo. Way ha ya hey ha ya oh, way ha ya oh, way ha ya hey ha ya oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya ya yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo. Way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya hey ha ya way ha ya oh, way ha ya hey ha ya, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya ya ya, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya ya yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya hey ha ya way ha ya oh, way ha ya hey ha ya way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya ya yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya ya ya, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya 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 oh, way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo, way ha ya hey ha ya way ha ya oh, way ha ya hey ha ya way ha ya oh, hey ya hey yo,
All right. Is there any oxygen in the house? All right. I would like to just say thank you for having us here today. Is as my nephew, my niece, and my wife showed their thanks. We show our thanks by doing these dances for you. That's all we can give to you from our hearts to come here and share with you. So you see us around, walking around, come up to us and greet us and let to get to know you. And you are always welcome to come to our ceremonies over the hill. We've had our Sundance now over there for 25 years now, over on the other side of the mountain here. And we're family, pretty big family over there. But you're welcome to come and visit with us. So with that, I would like to say thank you. And can you say thank you to everyone here for coming here today? Thank you. Okay. And if you want to come up and take some photos, you're welcome to. And, we don't accept cash, but we do take credit cards. No, I'm kidding. Coming up. Thank you. Coming up and just greet us. Thank you. And thank to all the organizers, Kim, Lydia, everybody who's here today to organize this. Thank you.
Don't turn me off. Testing. Thank you so much to the Southwest dancers. We're very um, blessed to have them here to help us do our opening again this year. And we hope that you enjoyed that. Okay, thanks so much for joining us for the Energy Fair this morning. Next up, in about 15-20 minutes, is our Community Food Sovereignty panel. And she's from the San Luis Valley Seed Exchange. And we will be introducing the folks on that panel around 11:30. They'll be leading a discussion about various food projects happening around Saguache County. So please join us for that. We also have the Cloud Stage, and Melody Monroe is probably just finishing up now. Cosmos Band will be happening at about noon down at the Cloud Stage. And we also have our Wellness Village. And there's still some musical Taiji Gong dance going on at the Wellness Village as well. And Currently, the biomass gasification and waste reclamation with Donovan is going on at the demo, which is just past Wellness Village. So please make your way around, and we look forward to seeing you in about 15 minutes. Testing. Hello, Energy Fair participants. We are coming up on our next event, first panel on the main stage. Around 11:30, might be another 5-10 minutes. The Community Food Sovereignty Panel will be meeting with host Jay Saunders from the San Luis Valley Seed Exchange. So please stick around. We will be starting our Community Food Sovereignty Panel in just a few minutes. Thank you so much. I'm going to introduce you. Welcome back to the 34th Annual Crestone Energy Fair. I'd like to welcome the Community Food Sovereignty Panel led by Jay Saunders from the San Luis Valley Seed Exchange. And just to tell you a little bit about Jay, she has a very short bio, but I know there's a lot more to it than what she's telling us. Jay Saunders is a community organizer and project coordinator working in the realms of local food and affordable housing, and she's going to be leading a discussion about the various food projects happening around Swatch County. She is representing the San Luis Valley Seed Exchange, and you guys know here in the Valley we have our Seed Exchange event, usually in April, and there's a lot of other events that are coordinated through that group. And we would really like to welcome Jay and the Food Sovereignty Panel. Thank you.
Whatever, be random. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow advocates of our co-created food future. Welcome to Cultivating Resilience, exploring strategies for a thriving food future. I'm humbled to be here today, united by a common passion for food sovereignty and agricultural resilience. We have the power to sow seeds of change and to tend the soil of our community, ensuring that every person has access to healthy, nutritious, and locally sourced foods. Food sovereignty isn't a fad, it's a mission and a fundamental human right. Our food system should be determined by those who produce, distribute, and consume the food. Sovereignty is about empowering communities to control their food sources and take back the control from the constraints of a globalized and corporatized industrial food complex. Resilience, on the other hand, is the life force that courses through any system, the strength that enables it to weather the storms and thrive in adversity. Resilience means adapting, evolving, and coming back stronger after every challenge. It's the determination to find solutions, to cultivate innovation, and to ensure that our food future is unbreakable. Our discussion today will explore the strategies, the stories, and the spirit of resilience in our community. We aim to understand the challenges we face from climate change to food insecurity and find ways to overcome them together. As we delve into the insights and experiences of our panelists, let us remember that we are not bystanders and spectators, but we are active participants in the future of our health and the future of our food choices, as well as active participants in the health and well-being of the San Luis Valley and all of its inhabitants. Your questions, your ideas, and your choices will all determine and contribute to the fertile ground from which our solutions will emerge. Let's commit to a future where every child knows the taste of a freshly harvested tomato, where every family has access to nutritious foods that they want to eat, and where our producers can rest easy at night knowing that the reciprocal relationship they have with their community is supportive and strong. Thank you. Thank you for joining this discussion this morning, because together we can cultivate resilience, and together we can shape the food and agricultural systems that we're proud to be a part of. So thank you. So I'm Jay Saunders, and I am the project coordinator for the Community Food and Agricultural Assessment with the San Luis Valley Local Foods Coalition. I'm also the director of the San Luis Valley Seed Exchange that takes place in the spring here at Joyful Journey Hot Springs. And I want to, got my papers out of order. Or did I throw one away altogether? There it is. Right, okay. And I want to give you a little overview of what we're going to talk about today. So back in April of 2022, the Local Foods Coalition initiated a year-long project, which was the San Luis Valley Food and Agricultural Assessment, with the ultimate goal of producing a valley-wide and community-driven action plan based on the findings. One aim of the assessment was exploring the successes and the challenges encountered by our food producers, food businesses, and community members. Additionally, we sought their insights and ideas for a thriving food future. We conducted a comprehensive outreach across all 6 counties by hosting listening summits, conducting a photo voice project, administering 3 distinct surveys to the aforementioned groups. Today, our focus will be on the prioritized goals that emerged from these surveys. And now I'm going to introduce our panelists. Starting right here is and exhibiting an excellent model of what regenerative farming can look like. Located in Hooper is our potato princess of Jones Farms Organics and the new owner of the Hooper Junction, Sarah Jones. Next, she's a co-manager of the San Juan Ranch, which produces organic grass-fed and finished beef and prides itself in training the next generation of ranchers right here in Saguache County, Noelle McDonough. Next, our next panelist was born and raised in Colorado agriculture with deep roots in soil and water conservation and is now the district manager for the Center and Rio Grande Conservation Districts, Matea Friel. And a man most of you know due to his multiple appearances at the Crestone Energy Fair and the mastermind behind the Valley Roots Food Hub and Dune Valley Distilleries, both located in Mosca, is Nick Chambers. I'm glad I found the bios in the wrong order. So one aspect of the data we gathered, like I said, was through 3 surveys. One was for producers, which is farmers and ranchers. One was for food businesses, and the other was for community members. They each had their own set of unique questions, but they also had some of the same questions. And one of those questions was, which food and agricultural system goals are most important to the San Luis Valley community? They were given 15 choices and asked to pick their top 3. And so what emerged from those goals that are these 8 statements on this poster below, and these 8 goals are what we're going to talk about here today. So the first one, this was shared by all 3 survey takers, and by that I mean the groups we surveyed, and it was to invest in a thriving local food and farm economy. And what this tells us is that we need to do more work to support our local producers and more work to get local food available to the people that want it. And as much as I really like that goal, it's a little vague and broad, and I don't know how to get into it. So the next one we are going to get into is that the other thing that emerged it was the top priority by all 3 of those groups, was to encourage and support youth farming and ranching programs. And so that's what I want to have you guys talk about. And I think I know that there's 4-H and FFA, but I really want to focus on the 20 and 30-year-olds that know they want to get in here, know they want to farm or ranch, and talk about the programs and initiatives that can support them. So, do any of you have any suggestions, advice, know what it is these young producers need? What are the challenges? What are their barriers? And what can we do to support them?
Hi, everyone. did not grow up in an agricultural background. I'm actually from 30 minutes north of New York City, outside of Manhattan, and decided in my mid-20s that farming and ranching and working with livestock is what I wanted to do, but I didn't know how to go about it, given that I had no path to take necessarily to find myself in an agricultural place. I actually applied. There's a new agrarian program through the Quivira Coalition, and they're in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Their whole goal is to connect people, mostly people who don't have an agricultural background, to ranchers and farmers within the Intermountain West, and create a mentorship program, essentially, between the two, between young people, new agrarians, and ranchers who are third, fourth, fifth generation on their land. And that's what brought me here. I work for George Witten and Julie Sullivan at San Juan Ranch. They're located right outside of Saguache. And a main focus of the program is regenerative ranching and farming. And those are the practices that George and Julie, their biggest value and what they've instilled within me as well. I think in the past, since 2020, the mentorship has expanded to over 30 sites between Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. And it's a 2-year program. Most people do 2 years, some people just do 1. It connects young people to other young people who have passions. It connects ranchers and farmers to young people after they graduate the program. And I think it also helps with the education piece that most people don't come from this background. And I really appreciated it. I graduated now almost 2 years ago from this program, and the people I've met, the courses I've been able to take had a profound impact on me as a young person getting into this program. So I don't know if anyone else has anything. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm a 4th generation farmer, so I've had it a little bit easier than a lot of the other young farmers and ranchers coming into the industry. My family has had a lot of succession planning, which a lot of people starting out, they don't have the benefit of that. So I think one of the largest barriers that are facing our new producers is the finances. And I think it's a little disheartening and discouraging when a lot of people that are getting into the industry have to start out in debt. So there is a program through the FSA, so that's the Farm Service Agency, that can help support and provide loans and financial assistance for these young producers. This is the Beginning Farmers Program. In addition to that, I know a lot of people, when they're getting into it, there's a lot you don't know that you weren't taught through your generations, that your grandpa didn't teach you going out on the farm, that your dad didn't teach you getting in the tractor. So the Colorado Farm Bureau has a mentorship program that they partner these young new farmers and ranchers, even older producers that still want to learn something new, with someone a little bit more experienced in whatever field you want to get into, whether it be cattle, whether it be potatoes or corn. They'll partner you with one of these producers that kind of has a little bit more experience with it and pass that on to you. So that kind of continues those generations, and that kind of acts like our succession planning. So there is a lot out there that a lot of younger farmers and ranchers don't know, that are my age trying to get into the industry, that didn't have the same background as those who are kind of carrying it through the generations. So there's a couple different resources out there, but those are the main barriers: is you don't know what you're doing or how to get started or what's all involved with it, and the finances. And I mean, every farmer out there has had to be in debt at least once in their lives. It's just part of the industry. But we're looking at how we can support our new farmers and how we can bring them out of that and help them through that initial part too. I don't know if there's anything else you guys want to add.
Just to add on that a little bit, I think for younger people who didn't grow up in agriculture, the thought of ever owning land is kind of a fantasy at this point, especially given the challenges of financial backing. I think collaboration is really the greatest thing for young people. And I think they have a more open mindset to collaborating with other young people, with landowners, with ranchers and farmers who are maybe aging out, which is most of our ranchers and farmers, to kind of maybe not own the land or own the animals or own the crop, but to lease all of those things in order to do the work that they want to do. And I think there's a lot of potential there within collaboration, not only with products or production, but with ideas and getting food to people. I think that's a really big goal of young people, not just young people, all people, I guess. But I think that young people see the need for that and the need for connection and community. And maybe some of these barriers can actually be a positive in creating new spaces, new ideas, new systems without maybe the paradigm of owning any of that.
Have you all, are there any holes that you see that just aren't being filled in what younger people are needing and there's like no resources for it? I don't know if you know of that, and I mean, I feel like land access is like the big one. But are there other things that you wish you would have had, or, you know, somebody would have offered some sort of education or?
I'll just keep going, I guess. I think all people, transition and succession is kind of a yucky topic for families, especially in agricultural settings where you're usually working with family members, and to add new, different people from the outside into that can be really messy. It's something that myself and Sam, my partner who I came out here with, are working with George and Julie on. And it might not be for our succession plan, but these are things that they really need to figure out for the future of the ranch. And there are some new ideas coming out for people who own ranches who are aging out, but they want the land to continue being working land. They don't, and they want it to stay in agriculture. I think that is the whole. There's not a whole lot of support for people to have these conversations about succession, about family members that are either on the ranch or not, and what to do with all of these puzzle pieces that maybe don't fit together fully. That's, I guess, my answer. I don't know if anyone else.
So the Valley Roots Food Hub has like over 100 producers in our network, and that's across produce, meat, dairy, value added. And it's really exciting to have some of the younger producers in that mix utilize us in the way that, you know, they can stay on the farm or the ranch or in the kitchen and do the work, and we can do the marketing and sales and distribution and stuff like that. And so that's really one of the value propositions that we try to do, is provide that link, provide that help and assistance, and get those products out there, to the point where some producers have been able to like stop doing a market that's 4-6 hours away, and all the, you know, hauling of produce and packaging and coolers, and then bringing back produce that's sat out in the sun for 2 days and all that type of stuff. So they're pretty happy about that type of mix. And I also want to bring out, you know, it's not just on the farm and on the ranch, but in the kitchens. And shout out to John Young, who bought Seth's Pizza Oven, and I know here's somewhere here today, you know, and just to see him bucking up and paying the fees and filling out the paperwork and really jumping through the hoops that you got to do to get the food to a public event like this. And it takes a lot. And so I really shout out to the people in the kitchens that take the products from the farms and ranches. He was breaking down a whole chuck roast from Matt at the Mercantile, who just broke down the whole cow earlier this week. And, you know, just to see that succession. So I think that's important too. And the other one that's really coming up is the school districts and getting the local foods into schools. And that sounds really easy. And there's a lot of, you know, subsidy and money buying local, but it's not as easy as it sounds, because some of these schools don't even have pots and pans to cook with. And so it's about getting trained people in there that knows how to work with food and knows how to work with whole foods and knows how to work with local whole foods. And that's just not the way it's been in local schools. So we need to reimagine what a school cafeteria is and who's running that and how that works.
Do you have something to say about education? Yeah, I agree with Nick on all of that too. You know, oftentimes we think of, you know, the farm work of just like driving the tractors, you know, getting dirty, putting in the manual labor. But something that we found on our 4th and 5th generation organic potato and grain farm is that really the sales and marketing is, you know, 50% plus of the farm, right? Farmers can grow it. They want to grow it. They love to grow it. But without, you know, the Valley Roots Food Hub and people like me telling the story, doing the sales and marketing for the farmers, really what they planted and grew is worthless. So to Nick's point, you know, if you want to get involved too, there's so many opportunities. You know, maybe you're a graphic designer, maybe, you know, you're in sales and marketing, maybe you're a teacher, you work in schools, you're a chef. There's so many ways to help the farmers other than just, you know, again, working on the farm, driving the tractor around. Also, though, if you do want to do the manual labor, you know, aspect, Quivira, as Noelle said, is an amazing organization. There's also so many farms that if you have the grit and you're willing and want to learn, they want to pay you, and they are willing to teach you so much about these, you know, multi-generational farms. We do, you know, not as much. We have one employee, not on our, you know, not in our family. He's in his 20s and has been with us for a few years and is just incredible and such an amazing work ethic. And, you know, we love educating him and having him work with us. We also do Colorado Proud Week is coming up. And so we get involved with our local schools. They have stone soup. And we get to go in and talk to the kids about farming. We also work with Boulder Valley School District, which is a huge school up in Boulder. And we get to do Meet the Farmer Day, which is really fun, and talk to the kids about what it's like to be a farmer and help answer questions at a really young age. And we also started, this will be, I think, our 7th or 8th annual Purple Potato Day. So really educating the kids in the schools that might be sort of scared or grossed out by veggies that are different colors, which is so unfortunate. But like Nick said, some of these schools don't even have kitchens to cook the food. So we encourage and challenge them to try purple mashed potatoes. And then they quickly realize they taste just like normal mashed potatoes, but are, you know, maybe even more delicious and 10 times higher in antioxidants and anthocyanins. So that's been really fun for us to just, you know, start them young. And there's so many opportunities to do that, even if you're not in ag, just getting involved in the kids, you know, schools and sales and marketing, and lots of opportunity out there.
Thanks. And your potatoes are the tastiest potatoes I've ever had. They're really great. And I love what you said about people. You can participate in the local food system and in agriculture because 50% of the work is administration. And so there's a lot of opportunity there if you don't want to be out in the field. So I like that. And then this is a perfect segue. You started to talk about value added. That one of the other things that emerged to the top of these shared goals, and this was from producers and food businesses, said that they wanted to find ways to add value to our agricultural products through farm and ranch and food entrepreneurs. And so I'm wondering if you guys have any ideas about what's in place that people might not know about, you know, like whether it's commercial kitchens that people can utilize, if it's like a Cottage Food Act or laws that people might be able to produce on a small scale, and then what are the options for producing or processing on a larger scale and adding value?
It's exciting stuff, and there's so many opportunities for value added, of course. I mean, freezing, drying. Alex is on our staff, and I think he's got some granola and freeze-dried stuff he's been working on. I haven't seen him somewhere out here yet. Valley Roots Food Hub does have a commissary kitchen in Moscow, so it's fully licensed. So like John Young was able to just say, hey, I'm doing this event, and he pops in there, and it's all, they do make you jump through some hoops and sign some forms, but we try to do that and make it accessible and affordable. And it's got great stainless countertops and big Hobart mixers and the ovens and all that type of bit. And we've had quite a few community members, launch or sustain different phases of their business there. And then, of course, we can always take that product and land it from Durango to Denver Springs, Pueblo, and Alamosa to Leadville, because we have a really wide customer base. And then we can, of course, help connect local foods input. We like to say there's always room for just local business in our network, someone that wants to just make a product and get it out into the world. And then we also like to look for those producers that are using Colorado products into their value-added manufacturing and then get that product out. And that's a really special thing, and I always love to showcase those items.
So before I became a rancher, I was also a meat cutter. I did whole animal butchery for about 2 years. And I think for meat producers, wanting to create a relationship with someone who's really interested or passionate about added value products is education. There's not a whole lot of meat cutters that don't work in processors that want to come out who have the financial backing to just start a business. And there's not a lot of people going into meat cutting right now. It's not like a real sexy craft because, the avenues you can go in are kind of bleak for most. So I think for producers to help advocate for people to get into meat cutting is really important, and to show that it is a craft. It's not just an avenue for a minority to take and have a really terrible work-life balance, because that's what most of it is. I also think there could be really great relationships between added value producers and ranchers within just education itself with different cuts and what producers have a hard time selling. If they are doing any sort of direct marketing, there are still cuts that people will not touch because they don't know what to do with it. So, and I think for myself, at least, something that I feel really lucky to have is that connection between what you can do with meat and what you can do with an animal, and how to prepare it and how to tell that story and make it really delicious too. I think that would be really wonderful for any sort of livestock producer. If there was more of an education for all producers and people who are interested in maybe doing that added value product, to kind of come together and collaborate. Yet again, I think that's a key word here, is collaboration between these people who are really passionate about food, about animals, and merging it to create something really delicious for people to eat.
Yeah, and this might be a little bit of sort of a broader answer to the question, but as a friend of mine who recently passed, he was the owner of Moxie Bakery. For anyone who's been up in Boulder, he passed away last year. I'm actually headed up to his memorial later today, but he always said community over commodity. And so, I hate the word networking, but really just community, meeting people, introductions. So when people ask me, what can we do to help farmers? My 3 questions are: buy our product, ideally buy enough to share with someone else, tell people about it, share, right? Social media, word of mouth, have a dinner party, whatever, sharing means to you. And then making introductions. So Andy was always good at, what do you need? How can I help you? Who can I introduce you to help with that? So through some of just our connections, having lived in Denver area, my husband's from here, the Valley, Hooper. But I think of myself as sort of a bridge to the Front Range and getting to make a lot of connections and introductions, and I love that part about my job. But through just people we've met, we grow potatoes for Whole Foods, Valley Roots Food Hub, Elephant Cloud Market, Amy's Organics, Daily Harvest, Barton Springs Mill, and a lot of those were through introductions from friends and supporters. it doesn't necessarily mean you yourselves have to be starting up the potato chip company or the French fry company or the pizza company. I mean, if you do, that's amazing. And we will all try to support you and help you in any way possible. But even sometimes it's just introducing farmers, ranchers, to people in those positions that could have a huge impact. I had a couple of posts on Instagram, and one person reached out to me, just a mom in Colorado Springs, and within a month introduced me to 3 different people that started buying our heirloom grain and our potatoes. So just the impact that each of us can have through our amazing community of friends and family can really have a positive impact on each of our ranches and farms.
Do you guys see any spaces that we could really use more processing? Like, I feel like there's a lot of food that's produced here. A lot of it is just immediately exported and it doesn't stick around. And that's because there is a lack of processing. And is there any like low hanging fruit that you see that, you know, would be what this is the easiest next step to keep potatoes here? Or I'm imagining like, gosh, I wish somebody would be making bone broth, you know, with these things that most people aren't just buying at the store, that would be really helpful to everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I would say yes, absolutely. There's so many opportunity, but as we all know, it takes time, money, energy. We have a handful of opportunities. I have buyers that are begging me for par cooked potatoes, hash browns, French fries, potato chips. But for us as farmers, I mean, we would love to do it. We just don't currently have the extra time and money to put in a facility. So I would say absolutely, there's a need for that. We have the potatoes, we have the oils, we have land, we have buildings. I literally have customers, but again, just it comes down to the time and money. So there's so many amazing opportunities, and it comes back to collaborations and community to make it happen.
Yeah, I really like that topic because there are so many opportunities in the valley that haven't been touched on, and a lot of it is because there might not be the resources, financial or physical. But I always thought that a livestock processing facility would be amazing in the valley because all of our beef is exported outside of the valley. None of it is processed locally. It may be raised here locally, but it has to go over to the Front Range or down into Texas, out east even, to be processed. So if we want to keep our foods local, that's an effort that's going to require a lot of resources for us to all kind of come together and try. Even a dairy. I always thought a dairy would be great in the valley because everything has to be shipped. So if you had like a whole dairy here and then the processing facility for the milk, that would be a huge money market. The only problem from preventing people getting into that is the finances and the resources available. But there are just so many opportunities, like with the potatoes, with all of our commodities produced in the valley. But I think that is a big issue preventing that local production and processing.
I also want to bring up that we're losing out on a whole lot of money that other people are making because they're adding value and they're selling that food later. And I wish I had the right number, but it's something like for every dollar that you're spending on any food, the farmer's only making about 20 cents or something. And so if those producers could be adding a little bit of value, or somebody else in the valley could be adding it, we could be keeping more of our money here in this valley. So yeah, and I wonder, does the audience have any questions? I totally want to open this up. If you have any, Mo, yeah. Yeah, so she asked if we knew about Soil Sangre de Cristo, who I don't know if they're here or not, but they're excellent because they have a revolving loan fund that's community funded, and they offer 0 interest loans to agricultural businesses. So, you know, if you just need to buy this implement and, you know, you can apply to them, they'll give you the money and you've got, you know, you figure out your terms with them, but you get to pay that back without having to pay interest on it. And they have an excellent, it's like 100% of people repay the loans, and it really helps level up for some of these producers that are really, cash is one of the things we saw people are really strapped for. Like the finances is the barrier to move forward in a lot of ways. Are there any other questions? Comments? Okay. Well, okay. So I want to move on to one of the next shared goals by the community and the producers was to promote and build upon programs that conserve water. And I'm going to also combine that with this was a shared goal, but it rose to the top by producers, which was also to promote soil conservation practices and soil health. So I'm going to just kind of mash those together because they're so closely related. So, what technologies and practices are proven effective in conserving our water and soil out here? And I know that you can all speak to this.
Yeah, I guess I'll jump on that. So since I am the district manager of the Center and Rio Grande Soil Conservation Districts, and I'm also involved with the Rio Grande Watershed Association for the Valley, which oversees the entire valley, all counties and entities. And there's a lot happening around here to conserve that water, let me tell you. So I guess from a producer's perspective, there has been a lot of trials going on, learning how to grow our crops with less water. So that's an ongoing process that we're partnered with Coors in terms of the rye and barley and how to produce that with less water. We're also partnered with local potato producers and alfalfa and forage producers as well. A lot of the specific technologies, if we're wanting to touch on that, most of our crops in the valley are grown with pivot irrigation on the north side, which is mostly what my districts are involved in. And those pivot irrigation units, those sprinklers, use a lot of water, whether it's from leakages, the nozzles being plugged. There's a lot that goes into it. So what we're working on, more so from an agro-technology standpoint, is how do we make those more efficient? So we've been coming out, there's been new technologies with the pivot sprinkler irrigations and the nozzles in the valley. It's really windy, but those LIPA irrigation nozzles hang down lower to the ground. So that way we're not losing as much water to erosion and that wind frustration that we all kind of are involved with. But there's been quite a few different technologies that are slowly coming out that we're not seeing so much in the valley yet. I'm hoping in the next 5 years that we will. But a lot of it does involve how do we make those sprinklers a little bit more precise? How do we implement that precision agriculture in the valley?
Yeah, I guess for me, nothing is worse for soil health than bare ground. And you see a lot of that in this valley. And the reason for that, the reason people don't grow something on these center pivots in the fall or the winter is because there's no incentive to do that. There's nothing that is going to be produced off that ground in the winter that's going to make them any sort of money. And I totally understand that. But at the same time, a lot of our soil is blowing away. And it's real, you can see it any day in April if you drive through Center. It's happening. And the only way to keep that soil on the ground is with some cover. And so for me, I think encouraging farmers, whether that be monetarily or some sort of credit that they would receive for doing that, a water credit or a crop credit, is the only way that we're going to see that bare ground get covered. And as a livestock producer, animals maybe aren't the most efficient, but they're the most effective for soil health. So incorporating animals into your center pivots and using this water really efficiently, I think could help everyone with fertilizer use, with having to use any sort of mechanized weeding. Animals do that for free, usually. And for a livestock producer, I think we need to change our paradigm around getting paid for that. Depending on how long you can keep an animal there, it really might not make any sort of sense for a livestock producer to truck animals to this center pivot for maybe a month. So we need to really change our mindset around what we're receiving when we have animals on the land. I think water holding capacity with animals is pretty amazing. If anyone would ever want to come to San Juan Ranch and see that for themselves, it's truly magnificent. And the only other thing I'd like to say is I think soil health is the core to human health. And we are so, thank you. We are so deficient in that. We want to take everything that we can from our land, whether it's nutrients, water, animals, whatever it is. And we really need to think about giving back to it and how we can heal what we're doing. And I think that's the only way to have a more balanced life for our community as well.
Whew, well said, Noelle. And do I have an hour? Because this could take about an hour.
We have an hour.
No,
We do.
I have so much I just want to talk about with this topic. So my father-in-law took our farm organic in 2005. He was a biology major and really just started to see the lack of sustainability and just how every year he was looking around and seeing just more and more inputs, more fungicides, more pesticides, more herbicides, and really started to observe that, thank God. So really, early 2000s, went to an Acres conference, biology background, saw what he was seeing on, the forest farm and was like, there has to be something different. We need to be working with Mother Nature instead of against it. So really pioneered the way, in organic farming in the Valley. 1% of farms in the country are organic. And then when my husband and I moved down, my husband was a biochem major. We went to more of a regenerative approach. So as Noelle mentioned, if some of you are familiar with the regenerative term, some of the pillars are incorporating animals into your land. So we now get to work, speaking of, collaboration, we get to work with San Juan Ranch and they graze their cows on our land. So animals is one, having a living root in your soil for as long as possible. Crop rotations. So as potato farmers, the average rotation is an every other year rotation. Potatoes, barley. Unfortunately, potatoes and barley use about 24 inches of water. And there's no such thing as a no-till potato because when you harvest a potato, we all know you're tilling the soil. So for us, our farm is now on a 4 to 6 year rotation. So if we plant potatoes in one section of acreage, we're not planting it back in that area for 4 to 6 years to really let the soil heal and restore. We also are really working on finding crops that can also be cash crops when we're not growing potatoes. I think one thing that's hard in ag is that the farmers get blamed a lot, right? Well, why aren't you growing kernza? Why aren't you growing millet? Why aren't you growing all of these things, that are using less water? Well, do you want to buy it? Do you have a customer for me? How much do you want to pay for that? Oh, you don't? Okay, well then why would I plant it? Because that's our livelihood. So, sort of blaming the conventional russet potato farmers really isn't the right approach. They're trying to make a living for their families and doing what they've been taught to do and doing the best that they can. So for us, we've really had to sort of reroute our thinking and help create the markets first. So for example, we grow 20 varieties of potatoes, and one of them is our, we do our little medley potatoes, which are now available as of an hour ago at the Elephant Cloud Market. Michelle's right over there. Thank you, Michelle, for your support. So we grow the little baby potatoes, and the beauty with those is we're bringing back the flavor, the color, nutrition to potatoes. They also use half the amount of water because they're little, so we get to harvest them a lot sooner. They take a lot less out of the soil, and they taste amazing. And we grow purples and reds and pinks and yellows, so they're, again, more nutritious, a lot of vitamins and minerals. And you can show your support and help save water by buying that. instead of buying the conventional russet. As Nick, is often heard saying, we have 3 votes a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If you want to buy products that use less water, buy those products and don't buy the products that use a lot more water. And as we see the market decline, possibly with conventional russets, then people will stop growing as many and that use a lot of water. So those are a few of the sort of initial thoughts on water. We're working on a ROC certification, if you're familiar with that. So it's sort of the new, there's pros and cons with it, but it's regenerative organic certified. It's a little bit tough because it's now the 1% of the 1%. So if 1% of farms are organic, 1% of those farms are also regenerative. But as we know, not all, organic farms are apples to apples. And we're really trying to do it differently and really incorporate animals and really take care of our soil. So we're already farming regeneratively, and this is a way for us to be certified to actually get paid a little bit more or to possibly work with some additional customers that would now buy our potatoes at a fair price because we're regenerative organic. So Amy's Organics that I mentioned earlier, Daily Harvest, also they're buying millet from us. And these are some huge companies with huge buying power that really are looking at beyond organic and really looking at, the climate. So I think buying, sort of from companies that aren't just sort of greenwashing or, talking the talk, but really buying from local farms, trying to farm the right way, use less water, have less of a negative impact on the soil, and continue on the 5th generation family farm. That is how you can support and help save water and help save the climate.
So I want to ask real quick though, why is it working for you, and why aren't all the other potato farmers and cattle ranches in the valley doing the same thing?
My husband would say because luckily we met, and I love telling the story. I love this, the sales and marketing of it. So for us, we're able to find the customers or find the products that they want us to grow, and then we go out and grow it. So, it essentially is, it's a whole job for me that I do, and I love to do it. So kind of back to that, how can you get involved in farming? Tell the story, spread the word. If you do have a background in sales and marketing, maybe work for a farm and help them spread the word and do the part or make the introduction. So really just, I guess, changing our path, and it's hard. We all know how hard it can be to change, especially when you have that many generations sort of behind you, or it's always been done this way. But luckily, we are now year 7, my husband and I living down here. The farm is able to support us. But it's taken a lot of time and a lot of, work and a lot of energy, but it's also so rewarding. So it can be done. I mean, anyone can do it. It takes, innovation and time and energy and passion.
I want the story of the San Juan Ranch and the Jones Farm to be the story of the San Luis Valley, right? Okay, Nick.
Yeah, the soil health thing and regenerative agriculture is really intriguing. We've been doing a series of farm tours. We have one more coming up September 29th, where we'll be going to Jones Farms, and we go to Rocky Farms, which is also one of our valley's, states, and nation's most innovative regenerative soil farmers. And then we go to Gosar and Mountain Mama Milling, Lazy U2 Bar Goat Dairy and all that. We get buses. It's a really good time. And to see what these guys are doing on that 4 to 6 year rotation, to see what's going on that acreage when it's not your primary cash crop is really astounding. How much energy, water, inputs, animals. I mean, a lot of care goes into it to get 1 year of crop out of it. And it's really remarkable. And so it brings it home to buy the products and invest your money in these ways. Yeah. It's valleyrootsfoodhub.com. You can reserve a ticket, September 29th. Yes.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit to that from the soil conservation side and kind of trying to save water, and I mean, they all are, just not quite to the extent like the Joneswood or Rocky Farms. Don't know how to do something, if you've never done it before, it can be really terrifying if you don't know if you're going to make the same amount of money you're going to be able to keep producing afterward. If you have a hard year and maybe you tried something different and that could be it for you. But what the soil conservation districts are trying to do is eliminate that fear. So we started rolling out a program this year, the STAR Plus program, and it's a soil health program focused on conserving not only our soil resource, but also our water resource, since those are basically married together. You can't have one without the other in terms of health. So that program focuses on livestock integration, continual living root, integrating soil nutrient management, and a bunch of other different concepts of soil conservation and health. And we are providing a little bit of financial assistance to those producers, as well as soil moisture probes, so we can help them monitor how these practices are helping their soil, as well as soil tests as well. But we're just asking them to dedicate one field or one part of their pasture, or even half of a field, so that way they're not putting their whole production system on the line for this, to test out at least one new soil conservation practice. So that way they can kind of dip their toe in the water without having to be completely afraid of losing everything or everything going wrong, just to see that they can still produce while focusing on soil and water conservation. It's not that scary, but sometimes they just need some help, education, and support to help them along the way.
So are there policies or regulations that you've imagined you would love to see to incentivize, the farmers and ranchers to like have better practices?
No bare ground. You shouldn't be allowed to keep your ground bare. I think that's one of the biggest reasons we have such a poor quality of soil health. The other thing I think is kind of interesting, there's a lot of incentive for people to retire their water or their land or go into CREP, but no animals are allowed on that land, even though something might be growing there. And, how this landscape has evolved is with animals on it. And that's how the soil has evolved. That's the only way to have or to help with water infiltration is the actual impact of foot of an animal. And to take that away and to actually not allow people who are trying to do the right thing by maybe retiring water or retiring their land and have something still growing there, but you can't have any life on it, seems counterintuitive to me. So I think we need to kind of shift our mind around taking something completely away and not allowing anything else that might be productive in the actual benefit of soil health in those matters. So those are two things to me that could change pretty drastically, pretty quickly.
Yeah, and a perfect transition to, so I'm currently working on I'm calling it the Rye Resurgence Project, because what I'm seeing with all of these, trying to be helpful and in some ways helpful at decreasing government, is that really at the end of the day, and they want to make a living for their families, and they ideally want to make a little bit more. So I essentially am working on scaling up what we're doing. So we have been growing rye as a cover crop. We planted after potato harvest in the fall, and somehow it amazingly survives throughout the fall, winter, and spring here in the valley, which, as we all know, is a miracle. Seeds in general are a miracle, but if they can survive -20, -30-degree winters in the valley, it's especially a miracle. So rye, luckily, is one of those seeds that survives and grows down here. We actually have a few different varieties that also survive and grow. And we had been planting it since the 80s, just as a cover crop, just simply wanting to cover our soil, have a blanket over our soil so that it's not fallow land, all, fall, winter, spring, which then creates this dust bowl situation that we're starting to see, and it's getting worse and worse. We're in the heart of it, in Hooper and near Center. So I started talking to farmers like, hey, you guys used to grow rye. Why aren't you growing rye anymore? Oh, well, the price doesn't make sense for us. So kind of back to putting it always on the farmer, right? Why aren't you planting these things to help save climate? Well, I'm not getting paid for it. So why would I put time, money, energy into that and plant it? So I said, well, how much were you getting paid? And what dollar amount would you want to get paid that? So for example, they said, oh, well, the grain elevator is paying us 30 cents. We'd be willing to plant it for 40 cents. If we could get paid 40 cents a pound, we would plant it. And I was like, yeah, no problem. Let's do that. So what I'm working on right now is working with our distillers, millers, bakers that currently buy our rye from us. Ours is certified organic and we have, an amazing story to tell. So I'm able to get a little bit of a higher price for it. But for 40 cents a pound, 10 cents more, they are willing to plant rye as a cover crop to protect their soil, to have a living root in the soil for a year, and then they harvest it and we sell it. So my plan in the next year is to get 10 farmers to plant 60 acres, 30 acres as simply just a cover crop, 30 acres as a cash crop. That will produce approximately 1 million pounds of rye, which might sound scary to some, but it's really not that scary. We as a small farm produce over 4 million pounds of potatoes and about 300,000 pounds of grain every year, and we're one of the smallest farms in the valley. So just to put that into perspective. So 1 million pounds of rye, no problem. And we could essentially prevent the Dust Bowl overnight by really creating this market and telling the story of rye in the valley. Also, the beauty of rye is it's super versatile. So it can be used in whiskey, it can be used in your baking, it's delicious. A lot of people think that rye tastes like caraway seeds because in a lot of traditional New York rye baking and delis, a lot of people think that they don't like rye because it tastes like caraway seed, when in fact, rye is very neutral, has a little bit of like a flavor, amazing flavor profile with chocolate. So it's incredible to use in brownies, chocolate chip cookies, pancakes, waffles. The possibilities are endless. So go buy some rye at Elephant Cloud Market and we'll help save the valley and prevent the Dust Bowl, and animals will eat it and graze on it. So it's this beautiful story, but it just took, thinking of an idea and talking to the farmers and talking to the buyers, and we're going to do it. We're going to save the valley.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So that's a thing that I'm not supposed to be getting ahead of myself and like having goals to put in our action plan over the next 2 years, but that program would be one of the things that I would love to see as a goal that the whole valley adopts as an initiative that we can all get behind and work towards. So anyway, making a lot of notes. Did anybody else have anything to talk about with water conservation, soil health? Are there questions or comments out there? Yeah. Oh, nice. His bread was made with Sarah's rye.
Thank you. Yes. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, it is the consumer's role to choose the food you're buying. You can choose who the farmer is that you're getting it from. And there's farmers here. If you don't know any, talk to Nick because he works with over 100 producers around Colorado and a lot right here in the valley. So there's a lot of opportunity, and we all actually participate in agriculture every day because we're all eating food every day. Yeah.
Do you have any intentions or plans to get involved maybe with the ag conference that happens every year down in Lonnie? Pretty big deal.
Yep.
Yeah, so he asked if anybody here is involved in the Southern Rocky Mountain Ag Conference. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm actually on the planning committee for that conference. And I highly encourage everyone here to attend this next year. It's going to be that first week of February there. We've got a lot of interesting stuff coming out involving soil conservation, how to keep the nutrients in the soil, and how to use less water. So we have a lot of simulators coming to that conference this year, a lot of programs to help get producers started and involved with a lot of the technology coming out, and a lot of the programs that are available to those producers. So yeah, I highly encourage everyone to attend.
You know, thinking, ah, geez, you know, what am I going to do here? It really was a great experience. And the food there, you can mix with the local people around, and we're very isolated here, so it's a really good thing for
It happens in Monte Vista, so it's very accessible to everybody out here. Yeah, and I suspect you guys present last year and probably often. Yeah. Well, one of the other goals here that I want to get into was, so two of the groups said this. It was the community members and businesses. This was a high priority for them, was to increase the production, sales, and consumption of locally grown foods. Like, this is a priority for people. And I have to say that there is a perceived and actually a real barrier to accessing local food in this valley. There are a few places you can do it. You can get online and shop at the Valley's Food Hub and obviously buy a lot of local food, or at the Elephant Cloud right here in Crestone. And Michelle, I would love it if you want to be any part of this conversation. And Simple Foods in Del Norte has some local food, but otherwise it's difficult to find it here. In the Mercantile, right here. And Ophia's in Crestone. But for groceries, groceries are hard. And unfortunately, Alamosa is a really difficult place. And there's some boutique places. But anyway, yeah, I want to know, how we can shore up this gap. We produce some amazing food here. And how can we keep more up here?
Yeah, so I think those locations are a great start, and we have a great start, and we have a really diverse online market for folks at home, plus wholesaling. Yes, thank you, Cindy. And we've got a lot of great customer support in that way, which is what we've been bred on for the last 8 years, and it's a great base. I did wanted to bring up one thing, and this might be a parting thing, but when Jay's talking about sovereignty and resiliency of the food system, and hats off to the U.S., an amazing, ginormous federal organization, and I know the people with the boots on the ground are doing an amazing job and their hearts are in the right place. But there's a lot of money being infused in the local food system, and it's a great thing. We're all taking it. It's helping us build. It's helping us scale. It's helping us get food into schools and all that stuff. But I just want to remind us that as we scale and as we build out and we build out staff and warehouses and refrigeration and trucking capacity, if that money all of a sudden is gone and we don't have the local consumer dollars putting into that system, we're going to be, that's how you kill businesses. So not to be all, that side of the spectrum, but I just wanted to bring it up that it's really going to be about local people putting their local dollars. And I know it's hard-earned dollars, and I know the local proposition is more expensive. However, that is what we're talking about, because it's so much more than just cooking dinner at night. It's about saving the soils of the valley and saving our water and our future and all this stuff. So it is breakfast, lunch, and dinner 365 days a year. Again, this local money and getting free food from these federal programs, is great and stuff, but just remember that we got to put our hard-earned dollars into these people and into these systems.
So I've been here for about 3.5 years at this ranch, and I would say about 2 years ago, we had Crestone Food Bank reach out to us. They had received USDA money through a grant, and they wanted to buy whole animals from us to bring to the food bank and distribute to everyone here. And that was what not only myself, but my bosses, their core value is feeding the valley. It's really easy to go find, someone who's going to pay outside of this valley the price that you need, but we really wanted the food to stay here and feed our community. And that to us made the most sense in the world. So I agree with Nick that money is going to go away eventually, but we need to, as a community, continue to support one another and support keeping our food here, because that's what your producers want to do as well. And with this new bill for local schools to start buying from local producers, we really need to fight for that and make sure that we're supporting the schools to be able to do that, whether it's training or buying equipment or just figuring out how to get a delivery system to bring them whatever they need. I mean, that's how we're going to do it. It's wonderful if you can go to Simple Foods and buy all your produce locally and all your meat locally. But if we want to keep it in the community, we have to think about our neighbors as well. And right now, this valley is one of the poorest school districts in Colorado. And those kids deserve to have local food just as much as we do. And so I think you're spot on, Nick. As a whole, we need to think about the entire valley and how can we support keeping our food here. Because again, as consumers, you have the power to make sure there's dollars available for producers, to make sure there's dollars available for these institutions to buy locally, and make sure that you voice that's really important to you. Because as a producer, you can say, I have the best beef and it's the most nutritional, food that you can give to a child, but that's great. But if they can't afford it, they can't afford it. And that's the reality of it. Yeah, I don't know.
So are there, what is easy to produce here that we could easily be adding value to that maybe we're not already? Where that's like another question. Like, what's the low hanging fruit? What's going to be one of the easier things to just add to what's available on the store shelves here?
Well, no one's really doing it, but kochia grows everywhere here and really, really well. It's probably one of the most thrifty plants in the valley, and there are animals that will eat it. I think we need to rethink the proteins that we eat, because yet again, animals were here before we were. They evolved with this landscape, and we can't take them off because we think it's bad for the environment. We need them now more than ever. I would really advocate for people to start growing sheep and goats because they use so much less water, and we need to start eating that. That's the reality. Cows are wonderful. They're great. I love them. But we need to start thinking about what does the land need? What makes sense for this land? What makes sense for the water we have available, and not just what we want to do because we always have done it that way. I've had this crazy idea of just not planting anything on the half circle we have and just let that kochia grow and graze sheep, and hopefully someone will buy it. And with fire mitigation, goats and sheep are the easiest way to make sure that we don't have fires in this valley, which is going to happen. It's happening everywhere. We had a fire a couple weeks ago down by South Fork. It's going to happen, but if we can, in a cost-effective way, graze this landscape so that we're protecting this valley and everything on the valley floor that's essential, agriculture included, to me, that makes a lot of sense. So that's my goal, I think.
That's perfect, and totally leads into sort of how to get involved again to the initial question with farming. So lambs, there used to be a ton of sheep produced in the valley. When we first moved down here, we did we tried, we did sheep, we did chickens, we did turkeys. It was amazing. It was beautiful. I was selling chickens at the farmers market in Alamosa. So that's another that hasn't gotten mentioned yet. With all the different markets we have, we do have a vibrant Alamosa farmers market on Saturdays. We have a short season, as we all know here. And then on Wednesdays, there's the Mercadillo at the farm park, which is so beautiful and incredible also. So, additional ways to get fresh local veggies and meat and beans and all of these beautiful things grown here. And they are really available. But back to sort of the animals on the land. So we, sort of each year trialed these different things, and it was so fun and beautiful, but so hard. And, when it came to the sales and marketing now and the butchering of all of these animals, we just realized for what we were getting paid and how much work we were putting into it, as well as with our potatoes and grains, we just couldn't continue to do it. So I've, essentially every young person I meet, I just beg them, like, if anyone wants to get into learning and wants to get into chickens or wants to do turkeys, we have all of the infrastructure. I mean, we have the fences, we have the land, we have the food, we have all of the processing equipment, we have relationships. I mean, I will even give you my customer list. We just need it to be on our land. We need it to be the regenerative, rotation. So if anyone is interested in trying, want to buy 50 head of lamb, want to get some chickens, we've got the chicken tractors, we've got all of the infrastructure. We just don't have the additional time and energy to do it. So there is so much opportunity in so many ways that we can use what we have and build additional businesses. I mean, there's a ton of chicken farms. Boulder Chicken, one of the biggest chicken facilities in Boulder, closed a couple of years ago. A lot of chicken farmers are closing their doors because it's so expensive. The way I look at it is back to the collaboration. Like if you're working with a farm and we, maybe do a share and we already have the land, so you're not needing to put a ton of money into it. It really can work, but it's all about that collaboration, which is why we work with San Juan Ranch. We don't want to be raising our own cows, working with processors, selling beef, because we don't have the time and energy for that. So they get to do that, and then we get our cover crop grazed and get all of that healthy nitrogen and nutrients into our soil. It's a win-win.
I think this is a great place for the organization of soil to come in with these interest, zero interest loans for young people. That's a no-brainer. I guess it's the education piece. And again, getting back to collaboration, maybe you don't have the equipment or the infrastructure or the tractor or any of this stuff, but if you're able to start with a zero interest loan and someone who can teach you how to use those things, I think it's a no-brainer. And also, I think, again, we need to change our mind about most of those cases. I guess, depending, having animals there, you might not have the producer pay. Sometimes who's ever landed in wants to get paid a lease for that. And we need to change our mind about what are those animals actually doing for that land. And in fact, should the producer be paid for bringing those animals to your land? I mean, that has to change. If a producer has to pay to truck their animals there, to create infrastructure, to do all this stuff, it's really a zero gain sum for them. And not a lot of producers want to put all that energy and work into that. It's a lot of energy and work. So we need to change our mind. If we want a better valley, if we want soil health, if we want all these things, we have to change in the way in which we see these land management companies and what they're actually doing for the prosperity of the land.
Stop seeding dirt. You don't need all the additives. You don't need that nitrogen. You don't need the pesticides. You don't need all the chemicals. You don't need all the rest.
If this is a question, we should have him actually say it.
I was going to repeat it. I can't hear because of the drumming.
I'll see if I can talk to him.
It's just really
It is. At the very least, we need to repeat.
Absolutely.
We're trying to put him on mics.
Yeah, so for people that couldn't hear that, he was just emphasizing or maybe encouraging us to reword, feeding the soil. Building the soil, growing the soil by doing these practices. Back to sort of teaching the neighbors, that is really an important reminder. I know that our neighbors that aren't necessarily doing these practices are watching us. We are being watched. They're watching to see if we're going to be successful, if we are going to make it, if we're sort of just talking this talk and then we go bankrupt next year, then of course they're not going to want to do that. So, the people are looking over the fence, watching what, George is doing, and we're but also a reminder, we live in a community of, multi-generations of friends and family, and we all go to the same schools and we all work together. And so also really trying to have a message of kindness and respect and love is important. It's like, this is the way we're doing it, and this is working for us, and this is what we've chosen to do, and maybe here's our why. But not, criticizing and not having judgment, and you're using more water and we're not. It can be really challenging. And I've really had a heavy weight on my shoulders, especially over the last year, with how I word it and how I act. And just such a reminder of being, respectful and kind, and pioneering the way with light and love, because whenever we throw stones or we're critical, they're never going to want to do what you're doing if that's how you're acting. So, yeah. Yep, and that's the plan with the Rye Resurgence Project, is really we're going to be focused on the Hooper area to start. And ideally, when we're in a brownout situation and people are driving through Hooper down Highway 112 and Highway 17, and all of a sudden the air clears up and you can see in front of you, and they're like, what's happening here? Why is this not a brownout situation? Then we're spreading the word about Rye, the benefits of Rye, one driver, one seat at a time.
Not to interrupt you guys, but if we do have questions, we'd love for you to be available on the live stream, because people won't be able to hear you. Let me know as you guys and Jay would like to do this. We can pass the mic around, okay?
So I want to ask too, if you guys know of or have imagined any opportunities that are there, or needs that we have for more producer and food business collaboration. And it sounds like the Valley Roots Food Hub has an incubator kitchen, but I'm wondering, is it maxed out? Is it available? Do we need more incubator kitchens? Do we need more outlets for food to be sold? So
Yes to all of it. The kitchen is actually remarkably open at the minute, and that doesn't always happen. And you can't get too many people in there because kitchen people, they're a little territorial. And also if you're running a business, you kind of need the space and you need the whole shebang. So you can't really get packed too many people in there. So we do have an opening at the minute. Yes, we do need outlets for more. I'd like to see more restaurants plug into the system, and food trucks like John Young. Please go see his pizza outfit. And yes, absolutely.
And I'll just add, kind of back to the restaurant thing. It is, I struggle living down here when it comes to restaurants. We have so much incredible food around us, and then there's so few restaurants specifically in Alamosa, that you can go to and really eat a lot of that local food. So I guess just back to the vote, right? Like when you are eating out at those restaurants, you are voting for that food and where that food comes from. And so just really being mindful of that, and really trying to support and encourage the people that are, maybe spending more money trying to buy local, buying from the food hub, as opposed to, all of the Cisco's and Shamrocks driving in and out. That matters when you eat there. You're voting for that restaurant and that food, and being thinking about that.
Yeah, I think that we really need to be asking and encouraging our local bakeries, cafes, and restaurants to carry local food. Ask them what on your menu is local because that's what I want to eat. And if we don't bring it up, they're not going to make the effort necessarily. So it's really up to the consumers, who are all of us. And we only have a little bit of time, just a few minutes left. So I want to, any last questions, comments for a panelist? Kim, there's a question.
I'm pretty new to the Valley here. Is there any connections to the university system or the school systems to help with whatever? So you're talking about education for young people so that it's part of the programming integrated into the school systems, both K-12 or Adams State or anything. So you're getting the education out there and then a connection in all of the areas that you guys work in.
Yeah, so I can speak on the university level. I was a master's student at Adams State, so I did all my higher level education at Adams State. And when I started about 6 years ago, they had sustainable regenerative food production and agriculture production. So from that level, there definitely is some education showing more interest in these programs at Adams State. And I've noticed a lot of the local high schools, not so much the elementary schools, but I mean, they're all usually K through 12. A lot of them are also supporting these kinds of programs through their FFA, through 4-H programs, through a lot of those after school, in school programs as well. Yeah, definitely. So we do integrate a lot of students into the businesses as well. More so at a collegiate level, a lot of our, actually Adams State just got a USDA Next Gen grant for that purpose. So that way they can provide internships and partnerships with local producers for the agriculture and food students to kind of get out there and learn more about production and how to get involved after they're done with their degree path.
Yeah, some people may not know at universities and stuff, it's not like Adams State runs the food program as far as feeding the students. There's these huge contracting companies that come in. Adams State has Sodexo. There's another one called Bon Appetit that operates at different campuses. And so these businesses are there to make money, period. So they're a little tough to work with. There's some barriers. However, Colorado did pass Proposition F. Is that what it's called? Yes, it will be going to effect this year, and that is to get K to 12 schools to be ordering local. And there's also funding for pots and pans and infrastructure as well. So there's good things at the Colorado State level happening for K to 12.
Yeah, I got one.
I want to follow up though with your question. That there is also, as far as like education, Local Foods Coalition has multiple programs. One of them is the Rio Grande Farm Park at the corner of 160 and 17 in Alamosa, and they have a high school internship program called the Rising Stewards Program, which is super cool. It happens all summer, so that's something. And CSU also has an extension office, which has various kinds of like food preservation education and different things that adults can participate in. So there are some things, but yeah, getting local food into the schools and is a whole nother ball game.
I think it'd be really interesting, and I don't know, there seems like there's people here that can maybe chew on this and think about it. I think having a producer and chef or whatever you want to call them kind of fair or education event that people can meet one another within the valley who are producing food and also cooking the food, especially with this new within the K-12 system. I think there needs to be more of a connection between the people who grow our food and who are cooking it here and creating those connections and networks. So I think something like that could be really beneficial. People who are working within these kitchens at the schools who maybe have concerns or challenges And letting producers and other people hear those things, I think, would be really helpful, because yet again, as a community, we need to support one another in order for these changes to happen.
Yeah, I think that would be an incredible event, like maybe a roundtable at the Ag Conference every year in Monty. I mean, that's how we got connected with Boulder Valley School District. We were up at the Colorado Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association, and they have a speed dating session for producers and buyers. And Boulder Valley School District buyer was like, "Oh, do you grow potatoes? We need potatoes." And 30 days later, we were sending up pallets of potatoes to them. So it doesn't take a ton of effort, but that would actually be a really cool session at the ag event, to just invite all of the chefs, all of the buyers at every restaurant, every grocery store, and then have, Nick there and some producers, and just doing that face to face and getting deals, getting POs, selling selling veggies and meat.
But we have another question from Zach.
Yeah, so there's a lot of amazing science about water, like water with the molecules. Away more? Okay. So like water molecules can
Right here.
oh closer? Oh. Oh, okay. Water molecules can lose their charge, and scientifically speaking, it's called dead water, especially in the cities. When you get it out of the faucet, it loses the water molecules lose their charge. And I've heard of some farmers using structured water and getting better results with their losing less water, because when the water is structured, it absorbs better in our bodies, especially when we get older, but also with plant life and farms and stuff. When it's structured, it absorbs into their crops a lot better, so they use less water. And I've heard of people growing with strawberries and some other things, but they've significantly reduced their water usage. And I
So
was
he's
just wondering if
asking
you-
about using structured water in farming, and I don't
Yeah.
know, can anybody speak to that?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. My father-in-law or husband might, with the science background. I mean, one example, we do worm composting and make worm tea, but I'm personally not familiar with the differences, and we don't use that. I know, and I'm not sure if people do, but that could be a great, maybe question for CSU Extension. That's really involved in the Valley and in farming, and they're a big part of the Ag Conference also. So if you have, research or studies that you've done, or you could ask them if they're familiar with that, and then maybe, see if you could do a class or talk about it at the Ag Conference to educate people on that very thing. Could be really impactful. There's a lot of farmers and ranchers that are at that event. It's kind of the who's who in ag world. So if anyone wants to get tied into ag world, that's the event to do it.
Okay, well, thank you all so much. If this was an exciting conversation for you and you're interested in these kinds of topics and questions we were asking, we are very much looking for community participation in the Food and Agricultural Action Plan that we are going to be working on for the next 2 years. So if you want any information about that, come see me right after this talk. And also, I don't know if these were supposed to get passed out. We are also conducting a photo voice project over the next several years. So please submit your photos. Get one of these flyers from me if you don't have one. We would love to see what food and agriculture looks like to you, because we want this to be a very community-driven and inclusive process. It is not just the people up here who are going to be making the decisions about what the goals are. It is you guys out there. So thank you all for participating. Have a great day.
Thank you, Jay, and the Food Sovereignty Panel. That was great. We are now on time, folks. Woohoo! Well, we've got some sunshine. It's now hitting the stage so we can warm up here. Thank you so much to the Community Food Sovereignty Panel. This is really, of course, for volunteers, not just Energy Fair, but also our analyst groups. And we have coming up in about 15 minutes or so, Bringing the Soil Back to Life with David Diamond Moriello and Lee, and how to build a Johnson Sioux bioreactor. So there's going to be some good information. That's our next speaker. And that'll be in about 15 minutes or so. We have a lot of other events going on at other stages. As you can hear the drumming for sure up here. It's kind of echoing up to us. Right now, there will be a presentation on Cloud Stage starting with Chelsea Alexander with Climate Justice of Colorado. That's going to be going on for about an hour. At the Wellness Village, we currently have a Free Up Energy by Resolving Trauma in the Body with Amanda Beasley. And then in the demo area, Aircrete with Bruce Kocher. Okay, so if any of you are interested in that, please make your way around and please visit the vendors. We appreciate donations. We want to keep it free, okay? And we always appreciate support. And you can see this this very ancient donation box here at the stage. And this is kind of a tradition for us. So we've kept the old donation box just to show you we still need the support, or we'd have a brand new one, right? Lisa Bodie, please welcome Lisa. What would you like to say, Lisa?
We also have a Venmo QR code that we'll leave up on the stage.
Oh, we're really getting high tech now, guys. And we're on time. Can't beat that. Woo! But I still think the old donation box rocks. Yes, it just shows you where we've come from and all the wonderful people that have been putting this Energy Fair on for decades and decades. And we certainly want to give thanks to them. Oh, thank you so much. Trish just gave us a donation. Thank you. Did it fall out? Woohoo! Okay, so please come back to the main stage for our Johnson Sioux bioreactor presentation. It'll be coming up in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, Energy Fair people, we are back at the main stage, and I'd like you to give a warm welcome to Diamond Muriello of the Oppenheimer Ranch Project. Diamond and Leah have been homesteading for a decade outside of Pagosa Springs, and he's here to talk about reactivating the soil and bringing it back to life. How to build a Johnson Sioux bioreactor. So please give a warm welcome for Diamond. Woo! You gotta hit the button.
Can you hear me now? Oh, that is working. All right, we're here to talk about the most important thing in agriculture, a new breakthrough in scientific inquiry into soil science that is literally going to change the face of the earth if we continue to spread the message around. And this is the invention of the Johnson Sioux bioreactor just about a little over a decade ago in New Mexico, northern New Mexico state, I believe. But it's not just the Johnson Sioux bioreactor that we're going to talk about today. And we're also going to do a raffle, $5 a ticket, and the winner gets the bioreactor to take it home. All the money's going back to the fair. So everyone buy a ticket, because at the end of this talk, I think you're going to want to have one of these in your yard. Now, for those that don't know, for the last century, we've been depleting our soils. Modern agriculture basically repurposes toxic chemicals. We've depleted the soils of its normal fungal content, and we are now left with an agricultural broken system that is bacterial rich, grows food that is less nutrient dense, and is covered in pesticides. Now, all this can be repaired by simply revitalizing the soil. Now, if you don't know, healthy soils are teeming with life. And for those that rototill and do things like that, those methods kill biome. You're simply chopping up the active life in your soil. So if you've never heard of the no-till method or something like the Ruth Stout method, I implore you to go look that up. But a healthy living soil is teeming with bacteria, so much microorganisms that in a single teaspoon, there are more animals than on planet Earth, humans. There's probably 10 billion microorganisms per teaspoon in living soil. And if you go out to a farm, a normal commercial farm, and check their soil, you're going to find that that is depleted by over 95%, which can't be good for plants because it's this living soil. The way that the earth works, people who study permaculture, we repair the soil because it is the microorganisms in the soil that are doing all the work. They're the ones that provide the nutrients to the plants. They're the one converting carbon. They're the one that is allowing for water to absorb instead of sheet flow. And with a long enough time frame, if you have a living soil that is built over years, the fungi and the mycorrhizal content, you will literally have acreages that can communicate along vast distances. So the soil itself can start moving around nutrients where it's needed. This is what we've lost, and this is what we need to get back to. And so for decades, people have been looking how to do this, and that's where all the different types of composting and compost teas and Korean natural farming, all those modalities were people attempting to create a living soil. The beautiful thing is that this technique here, the Johnson Sioux composting method, is a literal breakthrough in agricultural science and soil science, because what it does through a process of static aerobic composting, most compost piles are anaerobic, they stink, they're nasty, you've got to turn them, and they take a long time. So people got into aerobic static piles where they pumped air into their pile, but still in those piles, because the air doesn't get through them efficiently, they become anaerobic and they stink, and you get the normal bacterial dominant compost. it's not necessarily bad, but if you don't have enough fungi in your soil and you keep adding bacteria, then it can be deficient to your plants. I mean, this is so miraculous that the compost that comes out of here has over a 1-to-1 ratio bacteria to fungi. And if you do it with carbon complete products, meaning you add no nitrogen, and we'll get to that in a minute. If you just use leaves in here, you will get a 5-to-1 ratio of fungal dominance, which is really what we're looking for to fix the soil. And so if you can achieve that, this isn't the type of compost that you need thousands of pounds and you put 4 inches on every year. This is a different type of product where a single pound right here can inoculate an entire hectare. And so you don't use the dirt, you use the water that you wash through the dirt, which rinses off the fungi. And they've even found in the last few years that just spraying it on the surface pales in comparison to injecting it into the ground. So many people are now, with small amounts of this filtered water, injecting it into the furrows, and the results are insane. In a normal agricultural setting, the plants that we are harvesting utilize 3 to 10% of the energy from photosynthesis. But once you inoculate a field with this biologically enhanced agricultural management, this beam, you can achieve a photosynthesis rate of over 53%. And so even in the best, 53%. In the best farming conditions, they're getting 11%. If you were to treat a field for 3 years with this beam, you would be getting 5 times the yield, and you wouldn't have to add any fertilizer. And so just imagine the possibilities. And then you can scale up these reactors, and they don't have to be the type of reactor that I'm going to talk about today. I was talking to someone earlier that I think Johnson came up here last year to the San Luis Valley, and they did an experiment in a hoop house where they literally made a reactor that was the entire size of the hoop house. They walled it in with 2 courses of hay bales. They put the 70% carbon material that they were composting in the center. Then they just opened up holes. This was all sitting on a platform of pallets, because in order for this compost to work, you need air constantly coming up from the bottom and through it the whole time. That's what keeps it aerobic, and that's what makes the fungi become dominant, because you're not flipping it, you're not turning it. The mycorrhiza has time to grow, and all the fungi that you need are living in harmony in this product until you, at the very end, when you rinse it off and inoculate the field. You can use this product to inoculate seeds, increasing yields by up to 50%. So there's unlimited uses you can use for this product. Not only that, it has no odor. And even in a cold area like this, people have done experiments, and in just a single season, you can use a Johnson Su bioreactor to create compost in a freezing environment like this. To fully compost what you put in a bioreactor, they recommend 1 year and never for it to freeze. So you'd have to have it in a hoop house here or heated. But if you start early in the spring, this is like normal compost. When you prepare it, the very beginning, you get a thermophilic reaction like normal compost, only it's not as hot. It comes up to 145 to 160 and just stays there for a few days and starts slowly dropping. So if you can heat it up when it's still freezing at night and keep it active, start early, you could probably get 7 or 8 months and make a really good bean product just outside in your yard. So who's willing to try to make one of these? All right, let's do it. So the original way Johnson Su, it was actually a couple. They're married, Dr. David Johnson. He's a molecular biologist at the University of Mexico, and his wife, Hui Chun Su. They've been here in the Valley before. Has anyone ever met them? There we go. Well, these are the people that had this breakthrough in this type of composting. So we're making a new type of compost, which is more like a compost wash which is an inoculant wash. And they're scaling this out to commercial farms where they're creating industrial equipment where they're making the beam, they're rinsing it into, equipment that used to spray glyphosate on things are now spraying biologically enhanced agricultural management. Yeah, and they're getting 5x results. So we really need to start spreading this methodology because once you use it and you use it for a period of a few years, it's done. You've created the living soil. Literally, we can have the best results in just a few years when before we're building soils I've been building soils for 8-10 years at our farm, and now all I have to do is spray this stuff on. So that's kind of good news. Not only that, the gentleman right in front here, Fun Guy Compost, he's got beam for sale. So if you need to get some beam, you don't need that much because this pound goes a long way. Not only that, this beam I'm holding is 4 years old and it's still 70% moisture. So you can store it indefinitely in a cold, dry place. And if it doesn't freeze, you're going to have the same thing that you need anytime. And so for me to inoculate a 1/4 acre of my field, I'm just going to need a handful of this. I'll rinse it in 20, 30 gallons of water and I'll go out there and I'll spray it. But what they're finding is that injecting it into the ground again is like 10 times better. And that because it doesn't evaporate. It's alive and you're injecting the life into the earth. So absolutely amazing. The key to doing this aerobic compost is simple. That you can do it any way you can think of to make the vise. You can use a big bag that's those big mesh bags that they move tons of grain in? You could use that bag and hang it because air can penetrate compost at all places. So you can see how there's 3 holes here in the bottom pallet. It never is further away than 12 inches from the compost, any hole where air is coming through. And that'll become clearer when we show you how to build this. So first, you're going to find a pallet. You're going to lie it on the ground and you're going to get some weed fabric. Yeah, just lay it down flat. You're going to get some weed fabric or some aimed out. You don't want to have a pallet that has missing slats, so get some more pallet, build a whole bunch. So keep it flat. And next you're going to need some tubes to bring the air in with tons of holes. Those fit right into these holes that you're going to drill at regularly spaced intervals to make sure that everything is getting air within 1 foot. And basically this size pallet can hold a bioreactor that only requires 3 tubes. If you get a foot, so as long as the air comes in every foot, you're golden. The next thing is you're going to need some wire mesh or some heavy fencing, anything that can hold more erosion control fabric in place. And if you could just put that over top of that. And this is going to hold your compost material that you're going to use to make the beam. Now, the key to making a bioreactor is to have your initial tubes higher than the edge of your bioreactor or covered so you don't get any of your schmutz in there when you're filling it. So these are taped shut so you can't get anything into them. So now you're going to fill it. Now, based on the research, you can fill this with anything you want. But if you're looking for fungal dominance, which is going to fix your dead soil, you're going to want to do it only one way, and that's all carbon. The more nitrogen you air, the more bacteria you're going to introduce. And you never want to put anything green into a Johnson Su bioreactor. Everything has to be completely dried before you saturate it. So if you want the most fungally dominant beam, and I recommend you just stick with this, it's the easiest to make, you just use, because it's 100% carbon, completely dried leaves, and they're easy to shred. The more shredded your product, the faster the reaction occurs and the quicker you get the beam. The bigger chunks, the less aerobic composting is going to occur. So the better your shredder and the better your initial product, the better your result. Now this stuff sells for $50 a pound. So if you're looking to have a small business, this stuff sells out immediately because no one's doing it. And you can make 100 pounds per bioreactor. That's $5,000 and you don't. So if you want the most fungally dominant, you're going to use leaves. And if you want to guarantee you're not going to screw up, get some really high-end, already organic compost with hundreds of mycorrhiza in it, and you're going to sprinkle this as you fill it, just a little bit, so that you know everything's a masculine product. It's awesome. Just get some stuff going in there. But the leaves themselves are going to already have the fungi you need locally. And so the key to filling this is to have a good shredded start, and you need 70% moisture. The way you can achieve this is simple. You can have a tilted over wheelbarrow, and you can have a cement mixing basin that you fill the dry leaves in, that's filled with water, and you soak it there for a few minutes until they've soaked the water up. Then you pick it up and throw it into the tilted wheelbarrow and let it drain for just a minute or two. Let it drain till it's not wet. And as you're filling this with your 5-gallon buckets, typically they use, you don't want to really pack it. You want to let the weight do the work. The more it's packed, the more opportunity for that anaerobic thing that we don't want. We want to keep the air flowing. And then you can fill it to the top. And then all you have to do is make sure you maintain moisture. And the way you do that is you cover it. So we got a cover here that comes with the reactor. And you could put a drip irrigation on a timer and just, turn it on 15 minutes every 12 hours. Or if you're a diligent rancher like I am, you just water it by hand every day, because that's what I do. So it's up to you. And then you just wait. Then you open it up and you got the beam. And it's beautiful. Now, some people are using the shells of IBCs and having really good results because they're super rigid. You know what I'm talking about? They're aluminum shells and the IBCs are the plastic water jugs inside. So you can use that aluminum shell. One ranch has scaled it up to hundreds of these bioreactors. Because once you find out what this will do for you, this is the only thing you're ever going to do. And every farmer that gets a taste of the beam scales it up. I mean, fungi compost, you know what I'm talking about, don't you? I'm not lying, right? Yeah. So the next part here, I'll just answer any questions about building your own bioreactor. This one, on their website, they say take 5 to 6. It took us 2 hours because we knew what we're doing. So it's not hard to do. A lot of people have this material lying around that are already permaculturalists or you don't have to use drain tile. I drilled all the holes in here. I recommend you put more holes in. One thing I did that after you fill this, let me tell you how the reaction works. So it's filled, it's moist, you cover it, you leave the pipes in for at least 24 hours. But I recommend you leave them in for at least 72 hours. And don't take them out until you check with your compost thermometer that the thermophilic reaction has started. Because if that started, the fungi and the mycorrhiza are already holding hands, and they're going to keep that leaf litter together. So when you pull the tubes, it's not going to collapse in on itself. So all you need is a compost thermometer. Make sure even if it's gotten a 90 or 95, you can pull the tubes. You can leave them as long as a week if you want, if you're a scaredy cat. Because filling the bioreactor takes the most time. If you just spent 4 hours filling that out and then everything collapses, that's a bad day. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. We're going to be giving away the entire bioreactor to cover the tubes, the whole thing, a thermometer so you can get started right away. And all the money goes back to the Energy Fair. So make sure to show up to our booth. We also have free cannabis if you sign up, or even if you don't. So any questions? I'm blinded. I would recommend you sit Humanor for at least a year or two before you try it. No, but a lot of people are so we do chicken farms. I'm going to probably do some bioreactors that utilize our chicken litter, which is mostly pine chips and the poop. And I think it'll be real hot and bacterial dominant, but we'll also do pure leaf litter. So I have a blend of composts. Never heard of Humanor, but I really haven't done any research.
We have another question from Karen.
I was just curious about the website.
To find the Johnson Su bioreactor, there's a PDF online. I think it's regenerativenational.org. But all you have to do is write Johnson Su bioreactor PDF and you'll get to that website. It's step by step how to build exactly what I showed you here, just a bigger version. And the bigger version is you need a ladder to fill it. And if you don't need that much compost, if you don't have 5 acres or you're not going to sell if you don't need $20,000 worth of beam, you don't need a big bioreactor. But if you want to be a millionaire, hell, build 50 and I'll be your partner. Anybody else?
Any questions?
Cool. So if you need some beam, Fungi Compost is beam, check out our booth for the bioreactor. You have a question? And thanks. It's been swell.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Diamond.
You gotta pose for one more photo for me, though.
Where's my papers? Where are my papers? Somebody took my papers. Oh. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Diamond Mariello. And if you guys want to come on up and look at the bioreactor and do the raffle also. Thank you so much.
Hello, yes.
Yeah, underneath this, you put it, raise it up on your cinder blocks, put a catch basin underneath, and you've got the tea that comes out from the bottom.
To recycle the water?
Yeah, recycle the water, use the water.
Yeah.
You could put that in the garden. Yeah.
You might want to give the mic if they're talking, just so they can hear.
Nobody wants that thing. You've got that.
Garden. Yeah, we'd like it for the community garden. You know the community garden over here? No, he knows. Oh, yeah.
I'd be happy to come up and make another one for you guys.
Yeah, be wonderful.
We should do it early in the spring, and then we could all fill it, have a community event where we all fill, we'll make 2 or 3 of them for the garden. Then you'll have a product at the end of the year. You have too much. Then you'll be competing with fungi compost, and then the price will come down. Right? I'm looking at I want beam to be affordable for everyone, $20 a pound. You know, it's worth 50 because no one's doing it. But if we have millions of pounds of this moving around, it's going to become more affordable. Like they can't give cannabis away in Pagosa now because everybody's growing it. So there is, if you go on an original Beam website that came out like 8 years ago when they started selling this, I knew the guys, they were making it in Indiana. It was only 29 bucks a pound at that time, I think. No, actually, it was a half a pound, so it's come down. But they went to a dead, well, the trees were completely dead. They had one branch, 3 leaves, and sprayed it and inoculate the orchard. And in that year, every tree came back 100% growth. And the second year they had fruit. It was unheard of. And what this also does, because of the fungal dominance and the right bacteria to fungi ratio, all the diseases that are in your soil go away after time. So there's no need for anymore. There's no need for pesticides if you have biodiversity, and there's certainly no need for fertilizers, because especially the clay soils we have, the problem is unlocking the nutrients to the plants because we have no fungi. But once the fungi are there, this clay crap or pure sand soil becomes very beneficial because they can take the nutrients right out of the stones. So it is the future, and it's so simple and passive. Everybody will be doing it.
When you say inject it into the soil, how would that work?
They have agricultural equipment that injects fertilizers into the ground. So they're using that. But if you're at your home, find a giant turkey baster. You know? What do you put in where? No, you soak it to load it. They're on the bottom, they're in there. But if you have really good pre-inoculated soil, which you can buy, is expensive, you should add that in very small quantities to add the fungi you need. No, the end product is beam.
Type of leaves?
No. Nope. No. That's what you use beam for, inoculating. The final product of this is not normal compost that you throw in the dirt. You rinse water through it and use the water.
Right, but to inoculate to get the beam, can you use it like yogurt starter?
You buy a bag of Happy Frog from the weed store. Yeah, and you just sprinkle it in. You want to buy the bag with the most mycorrhizae on it. You can get a product that has like 29 mycorrhizae in it, a single bag of soil. It's called Happy Frog Soil Conditioner, and it comes in a brick. I mean, and all you would need is 1 cup of that. And everyone could share. 1 brick of Happy Frog could do 1,000 bioreactors. Yeah. And then what? Go ahead. Once you have the beam, then you have the inoculant you want, and you start another bioreactor, and you take some of that and you sprinkle it in as you fill. And keep going. All right, we're going to move this down to the booth, and there's raffle tickets down there. So everyone go down and buy a raffle ticket, support the Energy Fair, and win a bioreactor.
Yeah, could you give some more information about the raffle? There are a couple people that asked, and I know you just mentioned, but maybe where the booth is and what's involved with that.
If you leave here and go straight out to the street, the last booth on the left is Oppenheimer Ranch, right next to Leak Project, and we have Alien Allen over there with raffle tickets. You put your name, put your phone number, your address if you're not going to be here. I figure we'll just raffle this today because no one's going to know about it tomorrow. So we'll pull the ticket as soon as everyone gets their ticket in.
This whole presentation has been videotaped, right?
Yes. And there are 100 videos on YouTube on how to make all different versions of this. Some of them not so good. So do your homework. Don't just watch 1, watch 40. At the end product, you'll see lots of white hairs fibering through. Just like if you're in the forest and you live up the leaf litter. Yeah. But the end product you want will be looking like this. And then when you squeeze it, no water will come out. It's weird.
Okay. Thank you, Diamond, for the amazing information on this. And where is your booth again? Okay, right down by the park on the entrance. Okay, so if anyone here wants to stop by and do the raffle for this wonderful Johnson Sioux bioreactor, that's great. Anyone online, there is information available online about bioreactors of this type, including the Johnson Sioux. And we just want to thank Diamond for the talk and all the great information. I'm glad to see that there's a lot of hype, good hype about fungi and the importance in the environment about that, right? And that's a beautiful thing is things go in waves like that, right? Where all of a sudden we're talking about medicinal fungi and then we're talking about, soil fungi, and it's finally getting the attention it deserves from people that probably weren't aware of it. So all of this is great information. We're doing pretty good on folks on the main stage here. We've got a little bit more time till our next event, but I do want to give you some more information. Our next presentation around 2:30, so we've got a little bit of time, is our builders panel. And this is a pretty well-loved panel, meaning that we've had it in the Energy Fair for a long time. And we would love for you to join us for that. They're going to be talking about how Saguache County conjointly, many people in the valley here said no to building codes. And they're going to talk a little bit about what's up next with that process. Okay, so please join discussion up here at the main stage with our builders panel to hear what happened and why it's important and what we need to do to keep our rights as natural builders to maintain our community value. For that, after the builders panel, our art install folks over there in the art community, they're going to have a community fire that will honor reimagining homes and commons, which is the theme this year. Rehydrating the landscape with Peter May. And then we'll turn into music after that. So we will become a music stage later this evening. So please stick around and we look forward to seeing you soon.
cloud with, this is Doug's Beechwood. But there, I don't know if Benji or somebody's doing a different stream at the cloud station for the music, but it's not the same, so. Okay, okay, then. It's good to see you. You're okay, yeah.
On the main stage, what we have coming up is the builders panel at 2:30. So we're doing a little countdown on that. And again, it's a continuing discussion about the no vote on the building codes in this county, and also what to do to keep our rights as natural builders and encourage and maintain our community values. Eric, the off-grid guru, will be our moderator. And another update, just what's going on our other stages right now. We have Chances Are Good. They're playing at the Cloud stage over by Cloud Station. We also have happening right now Light Anchors and the Sacred Heart, which is Brian Bethue and the Twisted Sage Studios. And then for our demos, we are going to be finishing Aircrete and moving on to tire pounding. So if you feel like you'd like to work Hey, welcome back to the main stage. We are live and streaming. Those in the middle know you're on video. Okay, welcome back. I'd like to introduce Eric from the Off Grid Guru channel. Eric is a passionate alternative builder and documentarian who shares his stories with the world via the Off Grid Guru channel on YouTube. As a sponsor of the Energy Fair, he has been filming the natural building demonstrations and posting them free online. Thank you, Eric. Eric and his father, Bruce, purchased land in Crestone and are going to be building their dream home while teaching others and building community. The project will be documented and shared online to empower and inspire owner builders everywhere. Please welcome Eric and our builders panel to the stage. And I'm going to give the mic to our infamous Lisa Bodie so she can introduce everyone on the panel.
Eric's doing that. Oh,
Is it on? Did everybody hear that? All right. I'm going to do my best to fight through the sniffles. Oh, shit. Actually, the sniffles. I think, yeah, maybe this is going to have to be my mic to respect you guys.
Sounds
Seriously. Yeah. Because it's been raining here and it's been cold. And we got up here early on Tuesday evening to get acquainted with the land and to help set up and to meet with these fine folks here who I've been very excited to have this conversation with. I wanted to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves in a second, but I just wanted to say that the discussion that we're about to have was brought about by some pretty startling mornings for me, waking up to phone calls, hearing the news that, oh, you know, you got land in Crestone, right? Yeah, yeah. Oh, did you hear about the building code changes? No. Oh, it's coming fast. You better get your building plans in. So, you know, my friends who had advised me to buy land here over the last 3 years, we've been researching land in Crestone, and I've been living in Taos, New Mexico. And, you know, why would I come to Colorado to buy land and build my house when I very well know that I could build an alternative structure in New Mexico? Well, Crestone's a very special place. And this entire experience has been an educational one for me because this is just one town within a greater county. And, you know, I wanted to take an opportunity this year to host this discussion because of its importance. You know, it's not often that there actually is something that is so crucial that, you know, it kind of puts everything else to the side. I'd love to come up and have fun and talk about aircrete and talk about, you know, the way that you can hybridize an Earthship and, you know, all these new alternative materials that are coming out. That was last year. You know, last year the panel was comprised of people who were presenting new alternatives. This year the panel having a discussion. But the reason why these people are here is because they are the people in the know, or they are the people who are at the spearhead of the movement that was basically like thrust upon us when, you know, as in the game. So for me, this was the first one. And in case y'all didn't know, there's no building codes here except for plumbing and electrical. We're going to get into that in a second. But just to get y'all to understand what I'm talking about here is basically the difference between me and my father being able to build the house that we want with the materials we want versus basically having to, you know, completely bend over backwards to get engineer, architect stamp drawings and change our whole plan and everything. So after I got the call, I started to go to county meetings, get more involved, and get educated. And what I learned was that if I really wanted to build the house of my dreams, we were going to have to put our building plans in soon. You know, I just want to let everyone know that these are the people who I found myself in discussions with, trying to figure out what was going to happen moving forward. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves. I'd like you to let everyone know, obviously, your name and kind of a little bit maybe about your career or what your main passions are, and also how long have you been living in this area and what brought you to this area? Maybe, yeah, let's start with Sean.
All right, is this on? Okay, good. My name's Sean King. I moved out here about a year ago, June, with my soon-to-be 9-year-old daughter. I came here in part because I wanted to build my own house. I'm a natural builder with an emphasis on cob, and also an educator with an emphasis on educating people on how to design and build their own houses. And I am, personally and intellectually, everything on all levels, interested in the fundamental liberty to build your own shelter, to shelter yourself and your family effectively, without excessive cost and interference from whatever powers that be. So that's a bit of my story.
Thank you, Sean. I'm so privileged to be up here with such good company, and I just a little gratitude. I'm so thankful for this beautiful stage we're on, and for this Crestone Energy Fair and all the volunteers behind it who have been coming to this for years and am always inspired and learn more about community solving its own solutions for a sustainable life on this planet. And I wanted to speak clear today that I am not here representing Saguache County. I'm here as an individual commissioner and sharing my passions and beliefs and values, but I don't represent Saguache County's decisions other than sharing the history of what's taken place. And just like I believe in local food solutions and local food systems, I believe in the human right to shelter yourself and local housing solutions.
Hey there, I'm Ken. I've been in Crestone about 3 years now. I came out here to see my brother and fell in love with the place. And I'm a builder by trade. I have been involved in commercial construction, residential construction. I have my own company. It's called Crescent Moon Construction. I'm a sponsor of the Energy Fair. And when I came to Crestone, my reasons for settling here was no building codes. I realized to be creative and really enjoy my own structure, I could come here and build without codes. And so that was, the impetus of me being here. Plus I live in the mountains. Excuse me. But was excited to get involved in this whole building code process, and we can chat about that more later. But I guess I got involved with this process because I understand codes to a certain degree and wanted to help the county as well as the rest of the citizens to protect that and to be able to build creatively here.
Thanks, Brett. Hello, how's everybody enjoying the fair? Thank you for coming. So my name's Lisa Bodie. I'm the director of the Energy Fair. So very honored to have all of you here, and thank you, Eric, for this important panel and our panelists. I'm here just to give a little bit of the history of how one of our groups started. So obviously we've got the Energy Fair and we have these amazing people, demonstrations. It's the 34th annual, but our group, as we started to pay attention to what was happening with building and happening across the county, we have another organization called Crestone Energy Exchange. It's separate from the fair, but it's a way that we can become more advocates in the community and get involved in more of the political process and in with legislation and these codes. So we formed a group. Well, let me back up. I moved here in 2007, so I've been here almost 16 years. And I've been living in a tiny house that I built, 150 square feet, completely off grid. And so it was really 2 years ago in November of 2021, the county came and they were going to put a 900 square foot minimum across unincorporated Saguache County. And so we formed a mindful land use solutions group to put under that energy exchange so we could go to meetings, advocate for all of the constituents. And through that process, we just learned a lot, but we really came at it that we want to see new models. So often when we see a change coming at a governmental level, there's a reaction, a resistance, and we want to create that circle that we're all at the table equally, whether it's you're the commissioners, the planning commission, your inspectors, your engineers, the citizens, that we can really come up with solutions together in a very good way, really respecting each other, hearing each other's opinions, and get away from those old models of the us versus them. It's like we have to create solutions together at this level locally to impact the county, the state, that federal level when it comes to building. So that's just a little of my background. I'm gonna let you guys probably take it off, right? You want me to stay? I know you.
Does everybody want her to stay?
Who wants Lisa Bodie to stay?
No pressure. No pressure.
Yeah. Well, go get water. Yes, you can come back. You can come back. Yeah, this conversation gets me jazzed up for that reason. You know, I'm coming into it late in the game. These people, what Lisa's talking about, the mindful land use, it's already unfathomable to me that there's not more of a kind of community backing and organization behind this, because really what happened was, you know, it was, I mean, I don't want to misspeak here. I really want you guys to tell the story. Like I already said how I figured it out. Pete called me. He was like, yo, dude, you know what's going down? You know, this is going to affect you guys. And I said, no, I don't know what's going down. Also, it's like 8 a.m. or whatever. And now I'm like, oh God, what's going on? But how did you find out about the code changes? Do you remember?
I'm not sure I do remember and are interested in this. And I knew that I had some technical background. I work in regulation some of the time, and I wanted to be of service. So I jumped right in to help organize some of the conversations that were happening there. But we had an immediate community response. It was really strong, very unified, and it, you know, really good things came out of it. So I'm not sure how much more to say about that. Liza, do you have some comments?
State was, as soon as they passed the bill, you were notified?
Really good intentions to increase the energy efficiency of the building in the state of Colorado. And when I was campaigning for commissioner, I was attending planning commission and county commissioner meetings, and I got to witness the response from the Mindful Land Use Solution Group when they came to fight for the square footage that was being considered. And it was a beautiful sharing of data using the land use code's own language to convince the planning commission that actually for the medium income and the medium cost of a house here and the 50 square foot tiny home, that's a $37,500 build if you have someone build. The planning commission was compelled, and we actually did pass the 150 square foot minimum with an extra 100 feet for every additional person that might live in that space. And so when I was seated as a new commissioner, it turns out that land use and the land use departments across the valley of the 6 counties had been getting together and talking about a response to this 2022 legislation. And there was a consultant from Xcel Energy that was Hope Medina, who was doing these presentations and working with this group. And it wasn't until April of 2023 that actually land use brought this to us. And the rule was, or the story was, that if you don't adopt building codes, 2020 codes require that you, and you're more well-versed than I am, but that you had your, you know, electric vehicle ready and your solar ready and really high thresholds for the building that you have to do. And so the county as a whole, because of Cleve Simpson, who's our senator, he passed some legislation or some language that actually rural counties could adopt any of the last 3 versions if they did it by June 30th, either 2012, 2015, or 2018, I believe. And so we were in this hurry up mode to figure out what to do in 2 months' time before this June 30th deadline. And I was freaked out. So I called Brett because I had listened to him deadline. We were dealing with it.
For me, I got involved back in November of 2021 with some code changes affecting square footage as well. So we got involved back in November of 2021, Lisa and I, and a small group of people to work with the county, because as a builder, I'm not only a builder, but I'm also an owner builder. We've got property out in Moffett, Lisa and I do. And with that property, it's rugged. You know, the conditions are, it's wind, it's rain, it's snow, it's freezing temperatures. Having a workshop or a shed for materials and tools is key. So we worked with the county to get our minimum to be 150 square feet when the county was pushing for 900 square feet. And a lot of my neighbors out there, it's campers, it's tiny homes, it's smaller structures. And a lot of us don't need 900 square feet, 150 square feet. Our cabin is 234 square feet, and it's very suitable for us. So we got involved back then, and it was not only for us, but it was also for everyone else in this county to not be required to build such a large structure. With building costs out here, the state average, I believe, is 287 square feet as a median for cost. If you're an owner builder, you can build it for $50 to $100 a square foot. But if you're forced to go 900 square feet, or if you're required to do 2021 and protect the rights of all the residents here in the valley.
I got involved because I'm crazy. Community utilizing our Energy Fair folks, saying, hey, we're going to do some open discussions and create this new group, Mindful Land Use. So we had meetings in Crestone. We had some meetings in Moffett, even thanks to Doug Beechwood, who's live streaming today. He came for one of ours to help us film it and get it out so we could get out it on Zoom in a better way. But even through that process, we've realized the technology to engage our residents isn't up to speed. And so it's something we've really been encouraging the county that you've got to have your meetings online in this day and age, especially in a very large county. We have a lot of seniors who aren't going to drive at night to come, and then even for the financial reasons. So we really started looking at those equity pieces too of how do we engage a larger group of people and come to the table. And thanks, Mo. Mo's out in the audience too. She is a big 150 plus 100 square foot for each additional person. Then we got the approval to keep that ADU or the shed or a workshop prior to your construction build. Because we said, why would we do that after? Where do we house materials? From weather, from theft, from the elements, from all of it. So we got that passed. Then it led into, with that in 2021 was also on-site wastewater treatment systems. And that's really where Sean's come in. We're kind of going up to date with some pieces you can share later. And so then there was a break and we're like, whoo, we got through all of this. We're looking good. And then, like Eliza said, it was just this last April when the new codes were being pushed at that state level. And we're all like, oh, we don't think that this is how we have to do this. And Sean will tell a little bit more of how we got looked at the legislation or the policies to say, no, we can go this way locally. So I just wanted to recapture that we had this work prior. The county was amazing working with us, and they are one of our sponsors. So thank you, Saguache County. They've always supported these events through their sales tax grants. So it brings us up to current date that we're just, as you said, kicking the can down the road. So how do we proactively work with all of you, those of you online, a broader network with these frontier rural situations that are way different than you're looking at? I want to, and we're very small. So basically, we're living in a different way. Our access to resources, our access to builders and to crews, we're in a radically different situation. And then when you throw on top, if you're the homeowner builder, our timelines are different. And a lot of these methods, like if you go to our natural build that's happening on the main road when you come in, they search proving some of these next pieces with codes. And I'm going to pass it on back.
Yeah, so the reason why this distinction between rural and frontier is so important is counties out there, all of these outlier counties who have, if you think historic coal miners or the ranchers that first settled the land, it's not only important because we're these freaks and that we are an hour drive to Alamosa. It's very, very important to be able to use the materials that are truck to come deliver it. You've got a huge fuel expense, time expense, human labor expense. There's so many things that go into this that it becomes a larger discussion, which is the discussion why we're here about the energy. So this is not just a fight because we're these owner builders who are sitting here in the corner that want to live in our tiny homes, or we want to build some kind of, weird passive solar home. And we just we need to be able to still build this way. No, 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 no. This is like, we're talking about sawmills, local sawmills being shut down because the new code says that you have to use stamped lumber, kiln treated stamped lumber. And meanwhile, you know, could you explain that? What happened there with? Yeah, yeah. But I mean, this is a real, I don't know the gentleman's name or the business. So could you please just elaborate? We're talking about businesses,
Yeah.
local businesses, long-term established, going out of business.
Yeah, so the 2018 code that was being considered is about 1,000 pages long, and that's just one of them. There's 12 of them, but we were looking at the international IRC, International Resident Code, the International Building Code, the International Energy Conservation Code, and the International Mechanical Code, and they're all like 1,000 pages long. And no way in this 2 months did we have the knowledge of what the unintended consequences could be. And Richard Drake, who is a sawmill owner and is on the chair of the Planning Commission, in a joint meeting discussing these building codes, said, you know, I don't know if you know this, but it would require that all lumber used in our county, if we pass these codes, has to be stamped lumber, very similar to having to have a U.S. Processing facility to eat a steak or to chicken. And so it'd be the same thing with our lumber mills. And we have 2 in the county and 5 in the valley that I know of that would be put out of business because we would have required this stamped lumber. The other thing is if we were to pass the International Fire Code, which we might actually have more of a concern about, you can't use wood for decks or many things. And so in this wood-rich environment, that's pretty concerning.
Yeah, and I wanted to just, now that we're getting a little deeper into the civics, Sean is one of the people who dug deeper into, and Sean and Brett really dug deep into the paperwork. So, you know, I would like to hear a little bit from you. Like, you said that your partner had been in legislation and you brought this to them and you were digging through it.
That's correct. Melissa Swickert, who's mother to my daughter, is also a legislative analyst in California. And I said, hey, we need some help out here. Can you take a look at this bill? And she did. And what she discovered and very carefully documented was that what the bill basically does says, if you haven't passed a code, if a county has not already adopted a code or passed a code, the state cannot force you to. As soon as you have adopted a code, then the door is open for the state to require you to take on X, Y, or Z code stipulations. And so it was a bit of a trap, honestly. When you try and come up with something that's going to work in Boulder or Denver that is outside of the owner-builder realm, and I think the median income here is $25,000 a year or something like that. You know, there's a, oh, you're great, beautiful. You can, I'll leave that to her, but this is a poverty issue and not just a liberty issue. Both of them overlap very tightly. And, you know, there can be unintended consequences of direct harm to people just because of the costs associated with codes. So in addition to the issue, which I feel strongly about, there's also the economics, which is part of my believe I could afford to house myself and my daughter without being able to use some of these alternative techniques. You know, if in case people aren't aware, the term mortgage means death pledge, mortgage, death pledge. It means you sell your life to house yourself. So I'm also interested in that aspect of it, like
Valley Development Resources Group, and got the 2023 statistical profile, and the median income for Saguache County in 2023 is $48,413. That's for a household. Compared to the state of Colorado, which is $80,000, not to go that route, but to get a loan. The median household that I saw was on Rocket Homes was $335,000, and on another one, Redline, was $419,000. So if you do the math, less than just the upper echelon of our community can even afford to get a mortgage. So the numbers tell the story.
One interesting stat that I found today was that the median, let's see, where is this? It's at in my notes. In 2021, the median house price in Colorado was $256,000 in Saguache County. In 2022, it was $348,000. In 2023, it was 449,000. In Colorado as a whole, in units, the average that we build in a year in Colorado is 40,000. So with these code changes, there's no way we can meet the needs of the people. And even the affordability measures that the state is employing affects, they're marketing more towards an upper end of housing and not a lower end of housing. So to really address the housing issue for this area with the counties to allow us to build in a reasonable manner.
And a reasonable manner might not be, take it for example that, you know, normally you would take a building and try to get that thing cranked up, you know, dried in as fast as possible, because, and now you have to, at least in the POA, maybe not in Saguache County, but at least in the POA here in Crestone, you have to have 900 square feet minimum. So it just automatically puts the numbers at a certain bracket. You know, I know we're talking a lot of numbers here, but it's just like, if you have to build 900 square feet and you're going to have to take a loan to do that, and there's the rules and regulations around that, which is what my dad and I were looking into, you know, we immediately slotted ourselves right into the straight and narrow. We were like, okay, we've got to get within 2 years, we've got to get dried in because that's the county's requirement for exterior finish. And then after that, we can, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it literally dictates everything. You know, we're talking about the difference between just probably even 5 years ago, I don't maybe dare to say, but definitely 10 years ago, incremental builders who were doing it on their timeline. And incremental builders could also be a thorn in the side if you're an authority and you're looking at financing. There are stages to building, and the stages could be fast forwarded because you need to just pump you know, capital into the construction to get it done because of the different legislation and pressures that are upon you. Or you could do it the realistic way that it's been done for most of the plodding along until you have a door on, and then eventually you're going to have a flushing toilet, and then eventually the flushing toilet in the bathroom is going to have maybe even some tile around it, and that's going to be cool. You know what I mean? And the shower cabin's finally going to have that, you know, silicone on it. So what I'm leading you into here, I'm just paving the way for you to talk about incremental building and to talk about your proposed kind of amendment, or, you know, how can we meet the codes, right? How can we not just sit here and be like, well, you guys can't do this to us because we need to take a long time to build, and there's, you know, this is unfair. It's like, well, how can we make it so that there's maybe a clause within the law, a clause within the building code that allows for, and that is not only allowing for straw bale, you know, but then straw bale that you have to build with a mortgage and a building loan, and it has to be done within 2 years, but something that is an incremental build as well. That's what you're talking about, right? If we can get the mic back to Sean.
Yeah, I'm actually take on code or not, and to develop alternatives to code, which I think should be part of the conversation. A lot of the conversation is code or no code. I think we can develop ways to manage issues in the community where there are real issues, and that's also a conversation because they're a problem. A lot of cases I've seen houses that would never pass code and weren't, you know, certified for code or whatever, and they've been in service for 20 or 30 years with no leaks and no fire issue and no cracks in the outside, and nothing's wrong with this house. It's perfect. It's fine. Thank you. So those are all conversations that are part of it. The legislation I work on is just, you can't address issues of poverty if you prevent people from sheltering themselves by their own means. You're creating homelessness potentially, and that's a serious issue, and that's something that Liza speaks to very eloquently. So here are that's kind of a picture of some of the things that I'm working on, both technical and regulatory tools. And, you know, these are all really important conversations to have. It's important to have them clearly and to have, try not to.
Just in age groups. Cool. So that's what we're asking. And then we went into their construction permit pieces and their articles. And in that it says general provisions. The Board of County Commissioners recognizes the need. The third one was, it is also understood that residents can obtain suitable housing. So we actually took the master plan in those first meetings and when integrated and diverse housing and diverse economic base equals a much healthier ecosystem and community for us. Because we're seeing already, there was a lot of research we did with Salida too of what's happening because we could see the gentrification coming here. And what's happening is they're getting pushed, their workers and their housing from Salida, they're coming down now into the valley. And we really are at the end of the road. We're like going, well, where do we go from here, folks? So I just wanted to bring that equity piece. And I know Mo, you did a lot of work looking into that too. And you know, we've got Colorado Public Health and what are their initiatives with equity and where are the other pieces? So we're looking for that on all broad levels too to support this group.
So other community members, and it was the last public meeting before the decision was going to be made whether or not to adopt. So, boy, I mean, I know that week was exciting for me. I drove up from Taos, 3 hours, and then 3 hours back because I just had to make the meeting. You know, there was no ifs, ands, buts about it. And I didn't really have time to prepare. So it was just kind of a matter of, okay, well, if we have to make this meeting, we've got to leave at, 3 o'clock because the meeting's at 6:30 or whatever. And then we're going to go home and we're going to be home at midnight. And at least we'll have given everyone our 2 cents, What was that week like though, behind the scenes? And what was the reaction, from everyone kind of on the panel and the board? Like, I'm really curious, genuinely, actually really curious, because the way that it happened for me was, you got to go to this meeting. This is the meeting to be at. If you're going to voice your 2 cents, you got to be there. So I went, I was there. Sean, amazing, beautiful, shared his life story. We shared our 2 cents about it. We shared some facts.
So that was a gathering. We wanted to gather all the builders of the county and hear from them what this meant to them. And so I would say we had 55 to 60 people in the room. And there was a large presence from this part of the valley. We had builders from the La Garita area, from the center area. And the consensus in the room from the builders who spoke was that they did not want to see building codes. There was a lot of owner builder presence in the room. I really experienced from the stories that day, and so did others, the reality of an owner builder and what that is like, and the freedom from a mortgage, which I am somebody who just burnt my mortgage after 25 years of paying, but a little house in Saguache. But it was brought to our attention because the big fear thing was that if we don't adopt these 2018 codes, in 2 months, we're going to be forced to adopt this 2021 code. And it was, the bar for that, like I said before, was really high and really expensive. And it was really these folks who brought to our attention that if you read House Bill 221362, that's the legislation in 22, the energy legislation that this was all a result of. It does say, and it was pointed out, thank you so much, that if you have no building codes, paragraph 3 does not apply to you. And if you read that, we were free from this fear that we'd been under, this threat. That was a beautiful thing. And we all agreed that all 3 were unanimous that we did not want to put building codes on our constituents with the little information that we had, and instead that we would create a task force and invite folks to come and help us understand the rules, perhaps create owner builder, that a county with no codes is not under the law.
I'm so grateful that they heard us. Grateful for everyone who showed up to the meeting. This was a lot of pressure on everyone. It wasn't just pressure on us as owner builders crawling out of the dirt holes or tiny houses that we live in to come give our 2 cents. This was pressure on them. You could see it in the meeting. It was not easy. This is not like, oh, well, they're the ones who are trying to do this to us. No, the state is doing this, and they're the ones having to turn to their lawyer and say, do we have to do this? And the lawyer's like, I don't know. I don't think so. It doesn't really seem like you guys have to do this. So it was a pressure situation overall. But anyways, we got counties with no building codes.
Right on. So here's a list. When we say Frontier County, that's a federal designation that some of the state, at least in its health department, state of Colorado and its health department system acknowledges this phenomena. But here is a list of the counties and some information about them for the frontier counties of Colorado. And thank you, Liza, for sharing that with us. Saguache County has no building codes of off-grid and alternative building folks in the nation. So the owner builders and experimenters are here. Mineral County, Sedgwick County, no building codes, but permits are required. Baca County, Costilla County, it seems the county requires permits, but does not have any building codes. Check with the county first. Phillips County, it appears that the county only enforces the National Electric Code. There is zoning, but that's not the same as code. Washington County does not have building codes in effect, but does require county, cities can take on codes when the unincorporated county area has none. And Montezuma County is listed here, and Prowers County. They require zoning permits, but do not seem to have building codes. So I want to say one other thing about codes, and that is anyone can add building code stipulations to a contract, and the insurance company says, sorry, we won't insure you unless you are built to code. You can enter into a contract with the insurance company that you build your house to code for a bank mortgage. There's nothing stopping anyone from using code directly in their own life if they want to. That's quite different from having codes imposed at a government level on everyone, regardless of whether they want it or not. And so that's part of the liberty piece. It's like I'm not advocating personally that nobody build a code. Do it if you wish. I want you to be able to have the liberty to choose, and that's quite different.
But also with that, with the building to code contract, a lot of the contractors here do build to code. It's not to say that we have shoddy carpenters. We have really phenomenal contractors here in this county that are doing their best because they don't want callbacks. Do build to code, just to clarify that. But also,
Any more thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to say one of the problems with the codes is that they're sort of like market security. Everybody jokes about job security. Well, industries like market security where you have to buy their stuff, and that's a lot of what code does. And so it's very focused on industrially uniform clay soils, sand and straw mixture. When I build that way in my own yard in Sacramento where I used to live, I got a 1/4 acre in Sacramento and it's flat as a pancake. It doesn't look like it, not variability. It doesn't want to have to deal with variability. So, so that's one aspect. The other thing is that code is really not very smart about passive solar, high mass buildings. Cobb is a high mass building, earthships. None of those things are particularly captured by the specifications of code. And so intentional or not, those types of buildings can be easily excluded by some code stipulation. You don't even know it. And you're building and you think you're fine. And then someone who knows the code exactly says, oh, actually, that's a violation because X, Y, Z. And it makes no sense because there isn't a built-in intelligence in codes to many of these alternative ways of building. And when I say alternative, I don't mean so experimental, nobody knows anything about it. Earthships have been in service and use for a long time. Straw bale buildings have been very well proven in many places. Cobb, my mentors from Wales and what the Welsh have built cob houses forever. He told the story that when he was in high school, he dated a young woman whose family had been living in the same cob house generation after generation for 900 years. So, I mean, you talk about a proven building, there's no victim, there's no crime, none of it. So I think these are things that are really important to hold in mind about codes and what they can and cannot do and what they actually do in the real world. All important points.
Just to show clay of the ground, and many of those homes stand, and that's the legacy of building that we have in this region.
Yeah, we almost owe it, honestly, to the ancestors who lived on this land before. Shouldn't even live here, bluntly. to the end of the road, and then you have this amazing mountain, and then you go, okay, well, this is where we're going to build. It's like, no, you go to the watering hole where everyone's gathered, that's in the valley, you know, and then you have a sacred pilgrimage to Ojo Caliente or the hot springs or what have you, right? I'm not someone who lived here my whole life. I'm not talking like I have some kind of, you know, deep connection with the land or something like that. I'm from New York State. And I honestly just felt horrible growing up in school, learning what they did to the indigenous and just the whole thing. It's not like what they did, who did, whatever. The whole thing is just, to me, it's, you know, it's just, you could take one lesson from the peoples who came before us in this region, you know, in New York, then you're talking a totally different building style. You're talking teepees and wigwams and things like that. But in this region, you know, you have the subterranean homes. You know, you have homes that are built with adobe block. You have the ground that we live on is actually a building material, and that's a beautiful thing. And the stone is a building material, and that's a beautiful thing. And if anything, that's a way to preserve the culture that we've so, you know, aggressively kind of stamped out historically. So I don't want to rant too long about that, but that's just kind of what came up organically from what you said, is that actually this has a much more greater impact culturally, socially. And what I wanted to say, what I'm kind of saying here with this is that this place, this frontier community, these smart, intelligent people with a big heart that are actually willing to work and read the rules, they looked at something and said, hey guys, it looks like you're about to get married to this crazy person and you haven't even met them yet. That was what looking at the codes was like. It was like, boy, you haven't even met this person. Like, there's like 50 pages of stuff here. Like, you got to do the dishes and you got to give me back rubs. And every night I want 3 oranges cut lengthwise. And I need my sandwiches to be cut and stacked. And there can be no onions on it. You have no idea who. What I would do is I would listen to some really concerned, educated, awesome people in a small frontier community who are offering big problems. So my question becomes for everyone here, where do we go from here? And obviously, if you're in the audience, you've been listening this long, we want to open up for Q&A in just a second and talk about who this rang true to you and you want to, you know, or you want to, you know, get involved or whatever. You know, this is really an active movement now. We have the choice to go from Saguache County or, oh, I remember that short list of counties where they had freedom. Yeah, that's 10 years from now. Yeah, that's not anymore. You know, every county, and just talk little solutions, because we've gotten to the point now where we've told the story. This is what happened this year, but now the work begins.
So you asked the question of where do we go from here? That, you know, there's a lot of people doing here. You know, Sean is doing cob and cob variants. We've got straw bale builders. There's aircrete demos that are going on. There's for the energy fair to model the things that we can do here. And I think we've got to, I mean, I don't want to use the word fight, but I think we have to fight to maintain systems. You know, right now I'm building a house that's called Net Zero. It's a $2 million house here in Crestone. I would much prefer to live in a cob house than a Net Zero house, even though it has hemp wool insulation and, you know, cement board siding. I would much prefer to work with natural products that are, you know, that are coming from the ground here. You know, a lot of us have amazing clay in this valley. We've got scoria rock in the valley. We've got trees full of wood. You know, we can so much here in this valley, but we have to protect it. But I think we need to work with the county and work with the state to preserve that. You know, we can't, you know, and we need volunteers. We need people to come to the table to help us in that process, because, you know, the energy exchange, you know, we are a small group of volunteers. You know, we put forth hours upon hours upon hours for nothing. I mean, we're not making money off this, you know, at all. And Nick's shaking his head. We're not making money off this, but we're doing this to preserve it, and we care about it, and we're passionate about it. So what do? I think we work together as a team, as a community, and protect and preserve these traditions of old.
So as we talk about this, though, we have to also look at we've talked about the mortgages. We have to look at our banks and the banking system and getting loans. And so as we go forward, I'd really love to see that. And so Aventa Credit Union, they're one of our sponsors of the event, so we want to thank them. But what can we do, Aventa? What can we do locally for loans? Because I want to use an example. When I was trying to build, because I wanted to build in the Baca, I wanted something simple. I knew it could be a natural build. I knew I was shooting for 50 grand and under. So I applied through Neighborhood Assistance Corporation of America for a low-income loan. 2 years, I had to go up to Denver with all of my bank statements, to my credit, to were my bills on time, and I had an impeccable record. Like, I didn't have a lot of outflow, but I had to demonstrate that consistency. I was denied. So I was like, well, hey, Lisa, there's this USDA program. They also will do low-income loans. I applied through that. Again, denied. This time it was because I wanted 50,000. They wanted me, because of the local housing market, that the minimum I could borrow was 150. So once they pushed me to that level, then I couldn't qualify because I couldn't prove that I could be at the 50,000 level. I would be fine. And so I really want to see that with banks, credit unions, with loans, like looking at these real solutions, not going with the industry. Because if we've got this global push that we have climate change and we need to reduce our resource, I've just found simple. What can you do with the
Thanks, Lisa. And you said we could say what's on our mind. So I'm going to talk about Blackwater for a minute. And I never thought that that would be like the issue that I care most passionately about as a county commissioner. But many of my constituents are in the KV Estates and in Mineral Hot Springs area, and they've been able to buy a piece of land and are trying to build on it, and they have this insurmountable barrier that our regulations. And one of the things I learned as a new county commissioner, that really the county is an administrative arm of the state. We follow state statute. We can make regulations and codes that are more stringent, but can't not go along with. So Regulation 43, the on-site water treatment system regulation, says that you have to have an engineered septic system that with, soil testing, et cetera, to build a home. And once you have that in place, you are welcome to have a composting toilet or an incinerating toilet and not use your septic system, and you can use your alternative toilets. So, and I asked Chuck Quasino at, the coordinator of this for the state, and he said, yes, that is true. It's not a public health issue like it's presented. It's a title transfer issue. They want to make sure that the next person that buys that home doesn't put in a flush toilet and flush it out into the, hinterland or into a pit and not be compliant. So after a lot of conversation with the county commissioners and land use, we are all working together, united, to try and change state regulation around this. A lot of people who own land are being asked to cease and desist and leave their land and become homeless. There's no other alternative because they can't cross this barrier where they could afford these alternative sanitation systems. And so there's two ways to approach this. One of these is that Regulation 43 is being upgraded and they're having stakeholder meetings. The next one is September 19th, next Tuesday at 1 o'clock. And several of us have been attending those and speaking out for our community. The other one is that we're trying to get with our legislators and actually create legislation that will hurry this process up and save the system. So that's what's on my mind.
Thanks, Liza. Sort of directly related to that, I'm actually involved in trying to engineer, design, implement one of these alternative systems that will be 1/4 or 1/8 the cost and just as effective and minimal water use, and get it approved at the state level. In other words, win the game at the table the state has set for us. If that's possible, I have some fabulous local partners, including Donovan Spitzman, who's out there in the audience right now, and Jeff Jeffries, and a lot of local innovators who are doing incredible things, part of the fun of Crestone. And I won't go into too much detail, but I will confess that I am cooking poo in my garage to figure this out. So, you know, I'm getting down and dirty with this process, and hopefully we'll have an available system, and it's intended to be open, meaning it can be anything from you build it all yourself with plans that are provided to you pay to have it built and installed in your place, and possibly creating local business and local economy. That's part of the issue here is what can we do, create local business and economy. So as far as what we're doing next, what's next? A couple of kind of general principles that I look for. One of them is collaboration or partnership with the county, with regulators. Instead of us having the idea that regulators are somehow our enemies, let's work with them directly to come up with rational solutions. Be aware that there's a huge difference between local governance and people who are far away and powerful and don't know us at all and don't know our situation at all and have ideas about what we should be doing. That's very, very different. So there, you know, these people can be partners. The other is participation in building and that sort of thing. Volunteering to help your neighbors build their house, learn something. Learn how to teach others to build, which is part of, I'm a building educator as much as I am any kind of builder. And I'm interested in helping people learn how to build their own homes with minimal tools and using the materials right under the ground. The demonstration building we have out front, which is a project I designed for the community and for the fair. When you see the natural stacked stone foundation, which looks fabulous, well, at least half the stone in that came from directly underneath the stone in the foundation trench. So it's a very local building in that sense. And really, I mean, if we talk about sustainability, sustainability is mating with place. It's becoming connected to the place you are and participating in the story of that place in a direct way, in a material way, in a very deep and personal and spiritual level. So that's what those are the things that I see are next in terms of basic principles and ways forward for us.
I want to stay up here. She could run it out. Would you like to? Sure. Somebody might ask you a question.
What's your choice? I'll come out. Yeah, if you want to. No, I don't. I want to come out with all of y'all. Okay, who's got our first question? Jay Sanders. Woo-hoo. Jay's got great stuff. Are you going to talk about water and like why we're wasting that too?
What I want to just remind people, based on what Lisa was saying around the difficulty getting a loan, and I too applied for all these programs to get, you know, first-time home builder stuff, but I already owned land, and there was just like none of the things. I didn't qualify for anything for various reasons, and what it just reminded me of is that like the system isn't designed for people to do it themselves, and that's something that we still have this opportunity to do out here, but just barely. And if we don't advocate for ourselves and support our county land use, our county commissioners, and the work that they're trying to do, we're going to lose this opportunity. And unfortunately, there's so much, you know, money to be made, and I can't help but think that that's probably why engineered systems are, you know, regulated as necessary when otherwise we could be, you know, using the bathroom at home for free. But we can't actually. It's $20,000 minimum for a engineered system out here. But the other thing I want to say is that there is, I want to get ahead of the regulation and start deciding what's important to us, what are our values, and getting that written down in a way that it can be adopted by Saguache County, if nowhere else. And stuff like passive solar. We should be encouraging people to save as much energy as they can by a simple design tweak that will totally cut your heating bill and your electric bill by all this stuff. Also, saving water. I was just looking up because I was on those Regulation 43 calls, and Colorado uses 13 to 30 billion gallons of water a year flushing it down toilets. And that is it's just an outrageous water crisis in the valley. We're telling our producers to stop growing and stop producing, and then we're requiring people to use a bathroom in water, in our drinking water. There's got to be alternatives, and it is up to us to decide what these are.
Is that a question, Jay?
No, it's
I see Mo Van Walligan.
Okay, not really a question. No, so I just want to bring everyone's attention to the bigger process that was changed. And then we moved into the process of being the Saguache Mindful County land use. But one of the big things that happened when we got to that point of trying to start with dealing with the minimum square footage was we didn't make anybody the villain. We tried really hard to not villainize what was going on and instead go for a model of education. So the group came together with everyone doing a lot of different research to go through and get the statistics to really educate our commissioners because these guys have a really big job. I mean, when you start understanding how many meetings they're going to, how much information they're absorbing, that we took the approach to educate them instead of villainizing them really made a big difference. So then when we got to the second phase and we were trying to give information about septics, we took that same model again. And that information has made its way through the process. We're not villainizing you. We want to get you information. We can be supporting your efforts to understand the nuance of what was going on. And, you know, we have so much brain trust here. You know, Sean using his daughter's mom was a really big deal. And our example is impacting other things, right? So if you aren't from this area, make friends with your commissioners, right? Get on their work sessions, right? There are very specific processes in our democratic process to help educate how to move forward to do something different. So this moment is really our county getting the process to be able to be an example for other counties.
Thanks, Mo. Yeah, if you haven't volunteered for a homeowners association, a town, a county, a board, they need your support. We need committees for all of them, every work group. Thanks. Hi, what's your name?
I'm Yarko Thomas. I'm a data guy, and one of the things that I know is I don't like the way other houses are built. I've got a little bungalow that was built 100 years ago, and it's all right, but I see better stuff out here. And I think anyone that's been in a sustainably, affordably, sensibly built house can outright see the difference. And I'm just wondering, especially like those of you involved with the legislature, understanding if we could reach out to the people that are in the market that are writing insurance with the data. You know, when if they right now, oh, I built my house for $60,000. It sounds ridiculous. They don't understand that it's off their range of metrics, tracks, titles, things like that. So hopefully, you know, more information getting out democratically helps everybody.
Hi, Zach.
Hi, I'm Zach, and you mentioned something you're all doing, and then maybe even the youth. I'm sure there's a lot of things online that people could learn, but maybe volunteering would help the buildings go up, the homes and everything, and then people could learn. The youth could go and join you all, and then they could grow up and be builders because, you know, in our society, like growing up in the States, there's government, and then there's a huge distance, and then there's all of us. So the more that we grow in the things that we do and agriculture and everything that we need to do to change the things, the way that society is, and like your buildings and all that, I was just wondering if there could be some type of class or some kind of program where you could teach and people could join you, and people could learn, and in trade they could learn, and then it maybe could help you out with costs and everything and labor and all. Maybe it could be a good trade.
Lisa can probably chat about this a little bit, but we have a lot of
Louder.
ongoing education through the Crestone Energy Exchange. So
The fair. Goldie Mariola, who did the home tours, she's been really trying to get an ongoing education series started to have people come in, learn the different models and pieces. But I think he was also saying, like, with volunteering, I mean, at this point, you could send me an email to crestoneenergyexchange@gmail.com, and we've got lists now that at least if you're interested in the Saguache County land use issues as they come up, you'll at least get an alert. But we need people. We need tech people. I need people that can build websites. you know, we're trying to figure all this out, but then as you're running an event like this too, you see we are finally filling the park because everyone's stepping in and taking roles. So yeah, encouraging everyone to volunteer.
I mean, I think I'm an example of the type of kids you're talking about, you know? I just turned 30 this year. I feel old because I've been pounding tires and learned what they did right and what I don't want to do. And I think that's what you learn as a young person coming into programs, you know, working with homeowners who are just scraping by building, you know, a structure, and you're, you know, a young person and you come on the scene volunteering. It's all useful information. So I definitely advocate for a young person to be involved in builds like this, obviously with, you know, people who have safety as the first thing in their minds, because job sites can be a little squirrely.
Yeah. Not Brett. Hey, we've got Mark Talbot here with a question.
To the gentleman in the black hat, fine taste in felt, sir. My question, you made a very interesting comment. My question would be to unpack what you meant about no crime, no one harmed, no one injured. I find that really fascinating as I study the UCC myself, and how unpack that a little bit for us and what you mean that, what does that have relevance for in building?
Well, I think it points to, well, an example and that I know locally is a straw bale house that was built with a living roof. It's been in service and in use for 28 years. There's nothing wrong with that building. There are no leaks, no cracks, etc. And so what I'm pointing out is, like, why do we need a regulation or a law about this at all? Who is helped or who is served by having a law regulation associated with this building activity? Anyone? Is there, if the purpose of government is to manage the commons, if you would, when we have a common impact, water pollution, air pollution, I'm blanking on ideas, but this is a basic idea about government, right? It's like, if it's going to serve any purpose at all for individual citizens, it's to government our impacts on one another. So if you got criminal activity, you want to deal with that. Okay, you know, we'll have a criminal justice system to deal with that. Fine. Okay, well, there's no crime, there's no criminal, there's no victim, as you were saying. There's no victim in this building situation. It was just somebody who built a house to house themselves. It didn't burn down. It didn't collapse on them or their neighbors, or nothing happened. Nothing bad happened. So why? And so that I think is a really important fundamental question to hold, is because I think we have this general thing like, oh yeah, building codes, they're for safety. Oh, building, you know, all this kind of stuff. And we have this idea that that's what the background purpose is. Well, I'm questioning that. I'm saying, if there's no victim, if there's no crime, if there's nothing to do there, why do you have it? And start to question the need for them at all is where I'm at. Does that answer your question?
So do we have time for one more question or comment? Where are we at, Eric? Hannah Strong.
Thank you. Anyway, I just, this is a question. Where would you go to get a huge amount of Adobe bricks? Where would you go? If we were going to do a major project here and it was going to be Adobe, where would you go to get the bricks?
Brother, can you spare some clay soil? Yeah, it's hard to find around here. That's very true. Skoglund has a fair amount. Brett, you may be aware, KV area has some clay subsoil. Yeah, there's a fair bit. In fact, it's part of the reason why septic is such a problem out there, is because the water won't perk. Too much clay in the ground. So KV Estates, Skoglund, which is very local here. I like local because you can see what the impact is. Hey, I got my clay or gravel from over there and I can see what they're doing. That's good if you can see it. Now, do you want finished bricks, like ready to use?
Or make them here?
Oh, okay. I like to make them here. You get all the youth involved and have them make the clay bricks, because then they learn how to build for themselves. That's a good thing. Any of those, aside from Skoglund, who's making soil bricks right now, I don't know anybody who commercially generates Adobe bricks. So it would be a local effort and organizing a local effort with supplies from local suppliers, like either harvested by community members from a place like KV or by a commercial entity like Skoglund, which is able to, extract and separate different kinds of earthen materials. That's what I know. Brett, do you have anything?
Hannah, I would say if you are looking for adobe blocks or bricks and you want them made, talk to Sean. And I'm sure we can put together their team to make some.
Really?
Yes.
Huge, huge amounts.
We'll figure it out. It can be figured out.
And I don't know if anybody participated, but in the town of Saguache, we just had a 3-day Adobe brick making workshop and made a great number of bricks, repaired a building, and also built a fence in front of the Floyd Smith Park. And Adrian Garbini what managed that 3-day workshop and brought in an expert that taught everybody how to build them. So she could be Adrian Garbini has the Range. It's a art gallery on Main Street in Saguache, and she orchestrated the whole thing. And so she'd have more information. Yeah, I'd be glad to get her contact.
Beautiful. Thank you.
How are we doing? Did anybody else have a burning question? Mr. Baby? Man holding the baby over here?
Okay. Sure. Okay. Hi, my name is Caleb. So I'm from the Front Range, so I'm part of the problem with the big cities that are trying to screw you guys over. Sorry about that. I'm just curious what suggestions you guys have for people who are stuck in the codes and the system. So, for example, in El Paso County, you can't harvest more than 110 gallons of rainwater. That's enough to water a decent-sized garden maybe once. So my solution is just be friends with their neighbors, and then they don't report you, and then you can harvest as much as you want. But I'm just curious what other suggestions you guys might have, or kind of out-of-box ideas to work around the code, maybe temporary things. So like, a temporary gray water, recycling system. But just curious what your guys' thoughts are on that. Thanks.
Well, you can move. And then you could also go underground, So those are two things, but I don't have a lot of stuff that's jumping to mind.
Are you interested, baby man? Are you interested in making what type of home do you have? Okay. So energy rating system? Yeah. My main thing that I would say, besides growing your own food, and I understand you were asking about water harvesting, and gray water, that's not something that I can speak to because I'm not from your area, but you could definitely get your home blower tested and have someone who's a professional home energy rating auditor come, and you'd be amazed at how many leaks and things and gaps you can do to make the home energy efficient is one thing I usually say to people, because normal stick frame constructions can always be upgraded in that way. But obviously it depends on what you're passionate about, whether it's the rainwater harvesting thing, like you're saying, that's what you're passionate about, then stormwater drainage is another thing too. And it seems like you're nodding your head like, like there's nothing that we were going to be able to teach you because you've thought about it. But yeah, I mean, the discussion today, what we were talking about, if you would like to learn more, especially from this guy right here, because he's the one who's about to go get his hands in the dirt right after we're done here on stage. I don't know if everyone here knows where the building demonstrations area is, but if you go over to the Wellness Village, which is where the children's, the park is, and the children's swing sets and things, you'll see a sign that says building demonstrations, and you just walk right through the parking lot behind the park, and that's where we have the demo structure where you have rammed earth tires, which is inspired by the Earthship construction. You've got dry stack stone foundations, rough sawn lumber. You've got cob, and then we're going to be let Sean talk about it. He's about to get off the stage here. But before I give it to Sean, I just wanted to say, anyone who was up here, if you're passionate about getting involved, come and talk to them separately on the side afterward. And thanks for your attention and your care on this important matter.
All right. Thanks, Eric. Yeah, we have a building demonstration area back there that's a real building, so you can ask questions about the context of each of these different kinds of building technologies in real building and see and look and stub your toe on on an actual construction. We have a whole variety of different types of systems that are going to be tested there. I'm about to go do Cobb. That's my background. And that is a permanent education site. So every year we're going to expand on it with garden walls. And it's also for the fair. And also we're hoping that it will host the continuing education series because there's a lot of building to finish. You're going to go there and see, well, I see some sticks in the air and a foundation. What else is happening here? So so look for, I guess should be a sign up sheet down there. But in general, Brett, how do we get people get in touch with a continuing education series? Ongoing education, sorry. There you go.
You have to look at my, it's ongoing education, but I think it's OES director. I mean, sorry guys, wasn't planning on being up here. So
Sorry.
we can put that out. But yeah, if you go to CrestoneEnergyFair.org, our website, our Facebook group, we've got a YouTube channel. So ongoing education series is what it's called. And Goldie Mariola is that director. So you could go to our website, CrestoneEnergyFair.org, and that'll start linking you into some of these other places.
So this will be going on, indefinitely, and that site will remain publicly accessible. So, as you come to town, you can park right in front of it. There'll be information about what happened, the book of the build, so to speak, which will have all the information on how the building was built and about the different approaches and so on. So it's meant to be a catalyst for owner builders, natural builders, alternative builders, and education and learning about all of that realm over there. So come check it out. Even if you're not interested in getting your hands dirty or getting directly involved in a building demonstration, please come check out and see what's happening there.
Eric, one more thing to answer your question over here. What can you do if you live in the Front Range? Get involved, educate, learn. We do need everyone's help with these issues. Could be tech support. It could be spreading the word. You have a skill set. I'm sure we could be needing whoever, you or anyone else, to help out with this stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, and if you're interested in seeing some homes, they're doing home tours tomorrow. They start quite early, so if you do want to go, if you're like, wow, okay, they're talking about all these awesome homes, really want to go check them out. Goldie is also the one who is organizing the home tours, which start tomorrow, I believe, at 8, and then they go until noon. And so that's a great way to see some finished homes, not just construction sites. And then another thing I wanted to say is that this panel was made possible because the Off-Grid Guru channel sponsored it. And we've been documenting the going abouts of this energy fair for the last couple of years. So if you want to learn some of the awesome people in our community, like Donovan, who had shown how to make papercrete some years back, hempcrete, aircrete, tire pounding, cob, straw bale. There's a lot of different things on there. Building demos this year and putting them on YouTube as well. And I just wanted to say, because Eamon, who was normally a part of our crew, he's a builder that was really passionate about bringing hempcrete to this area. He actually did a lot of leg work to get a source for, you can't just get any hemp. You can't just go to some hemp grower and say, hey, can I take what's out of your dumpster, unless you're prepared to make, a blender the size of a small car and process it yourself to build your home. If you want the actual raw hemp herd, and if you want to learn how to build with hempcrete, and if you want to see example structures that have been built with hempcrete, or if you want to contact Eamon, you can approach me later, because he's at the moment not here, wasn't able to be at the fair today, but he is a consultant, and he did do a lot of legwork to get hempcrete to the San Luis Valley area in a way that, like you were saying, how do you get adobe blocks and where do you source that from? Well, we know someone who has a direct connection to a clean and high quality source of hemp herd for your building projects, as well as being a very knowledgeable consultant about the building technique. So I just wanted to say that because he wasn't able to be here with us on the panel today, but he's a great resource for anyone looking to go into that building technique in this area. Otherwise, thanks everybody. Thanks for coming up.
Thanks, Eric.
Thanks for having the discussion and all the work that went into saying no. All right, I want to spray this with some.
So thank you to the builders panel. A lot of good information always and pretty relevant to what's going on right now with our codes or lack of codes. And thank you for being here. I do want to give you a heads up. We are on a slight break here at the main stage. But we do want to announce, or I want to let you know, the art installation, which is right over here. They'll be having a community fire right around now. And that's going to be about reimagining homes and commons. So if you haven't visited, please go over and join them. After the community fire, they're going to be providing tea and some community painting as part of the process that they're doing over there. So we're kind of continuing some of the conversation here in another way over at the art installation today. At about 5:30, we will have another lecture called Rehydrating the Landscape with Peter May. And after that, we will be turning to music this evening. So please come back and join us for our next talk at 5:30. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Just wanted to chat real quick with you. A couple things, housekeeping notes. My name is Nick Navarez. I'm the producer of this event. I wanted to just remind you all, this is a free event. We do this fully at our own expense and expense of sponsors. So if you can find it in your hearts to donate a little $20 to the cause, come find me. I have a Venmo tag. You can give us a little money. And it's right over here as well. So just a reminder, this is a free event. Help us continue to keep this free. And have a great energy fair. Thanks, guys. Oh, I'm gonna really get in it when we're about to have a DJ. I'm gonna do some real Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and this one's for both. Okay.
I'm trying to do that, like Chris came over and told me about. And then they did the owner building.
Oh yeah, yeah.